just before starting, so apologies if I'm going to be blasting you in the ears. That did cause me to skip the logos. Oh. Anyways, so yeah, sorry for sounds like that. But I also terribly sorry. Also meant I was a little late in. Okay, so I'm late starting in general. That's just a thing, and I feel like I apologize that for that more than I actually start on time. So I'll try to get better at that. I mean, it's still within the 1 hour window, but I really don't like doing that. But it also meant that the logos at the start weren't on there, and I do think it's worth mentioning. Did you know that you can actually click on these? Oh, crap. I didn't actually want to click on them. But yeah, one takes you to Paradox. It actually takes you to the main Paradox page, so that'll give you like the careers site as well as like the quarterly reports and whatnot. And then the Harebrained Schemes site actually also has a careers section, incidentally. But that one is for the main company. And it turns out that I actually neglected 2 other games. So I very frequently forget to mention Necropolis. It's actually just because I haven't played that one. But Golem Arcana is another game that was released, apparently on iOS and Android. Not unlike Crimson Steam Pirates, although I believe Crimson Steam Pirates maybe got a PC port. I don't remember. Anyways, I only ever played that on iPad. And it seems that there was also another game called Strike Fleet Omega. So both Golem Arcana and Strike Fleet Omega, I've never actually played. Although Golem Arcana strikes me as a thing where there was I think there was I think that it was a board game, so I don't know if it's an adaptation of it or what. Anyways, Harebrained Schemes is an interesting company, obviously bought by Paradox. And here's one thing, actually, now that I'm looking at the Harebrained Schemes website. Did you know that Battletech was released in 2017? It feels like it's a much more recent game than that. Let me just double check the Steam page, because maybe it's the Kickstarter. Well, the game's release date is April 24th, 2018, so I suppose that's a nice little reminder about why... Hey, eating snacks, good to see you. Maybe it's a really good reminder about why people should be happy when Paradox partners with games, because you get this nice long support period. Although we'll see what happens with Surviving Mars. Anyways, this is a neat game. It's a neat franchise. And I'll draw your attention to the bottom right-hand corner. You may not be able to read this, but it says Mechwarrior and Battletech are registered trademarks of Microsoft Corporation and are used under license. I'm actually really curious what that license is, and I'll almost certainly never find out what it is. But, excuse me. But I was just thinking about this. So there have been real-time strategy games. There have been turn-based strategy games. There have been a few first-person perspective games, including probably the most recent manifestations of this would be Mechwarrior Online and Mechwarrior 5, both by Piranha Games. And of course, I need to talk up the Canadian angle. So that Piranha Games is a Vancouver studio. I actually rather like Mechwarrior Online. I do think that the monetization scheme is a little aggressive. Actually, no, not just a little. I believe it's a aggressive monetization scheme. And it's basically because Battletech is enjoying its 35th anniversary. It's a game for old people, and old people have like money and nostalgia. And so I have a feeling that Piranha has effectively monetized their game with the fact that this is an audience that is perfectly okay with spending money on source books and miniatures and stuff like that. So I'm sorry to put it so nakedly, but like that, I have to assume that that is one of the reasons why you see the prices that you do. And I think that's true for strategy in general. I think one of the reasons why the Paradox business model works, they're able to kind of have this nice long-term support for the game, and obviously enough people buy the DLC so that you can see the free updates. But I also think that games like Total War and Europa Universalis and Crusader Kings lend themselves towards these kind of continual DLC upgrades, because strategy gamers are kind of already familiar with buying new miniatures and rule books and whatnot. If you think of like Warhammer and things like that, it's not uncommon to spend, these incremental amounts on fairly regular updates. I guess you don't do like the painting of the miniatures and whatnot. So obviously, the money question is always a tough one. Like it would be nice to have, cheaper games. But I can definitely say in the case of the Paradox ones, it's definitely something that has given me hours of entertainment. With that in mind, though, it is, of course, always worth mentioning that I am enjoying the Heavy Metal DLC as a result of a press key from Paradox, Harebrained Schemes, Triple Point. I'm never quite sure who to properly credit with that, but effectively I've been given a copy of the DLC for promotional purposes. I did buy Flashpoint and Urban Warfare on my own. Actually, Urban Warfare was the one I was singing the praises of last stream, and I was a Kickstarter backer on the base game. So, although I don't believe I have my Kickstarter rewards on this one, I seem to remember that I kickstarted that back when I was big on GOG. So my GOG copy is the one that has all my fancy stuff with it. Last little bit of housekeeping I'll do before, because I know we were on our way to R-True. Also, I should have asked you, Eating Snacks, how was your weekend? Did you get any games played? I know you got Far Cry 4 recently, so I'm curious what you think of it, or if you've had any time. Although I know you're also back in school, so I always dreaded kind of the January period. Well, it depends. I had most of my profs were pretty nice, and they like released the grades for the midterms or the finals like before the holidays started. And so that like sort of Damocles wasn't hanging over you. But sometimes the results were not what I wanted them to be, so that was sometimes never good news. Hey, Captain Shield, good to see you. Did you change your numbers recently? I feel like at least, I don't know if it's the capital letters or the numbers in your name, but it seems different. It could just be that I see a different color. How are you doing? It's very good to see you again. And we're actually just starting. I'm a little late starting the stream, so you picked a good time to come in. Anyways, I was going somewhere with this. Anyways, I hope you all had a good weekend. Right, the housekeeping. So keep in mind for this week, I've already recorded the Elder Scrolls episode, so that's going to be coming up Tuesday. I will be less likely to be in chat on Tuesday. I will do my best, but I do have a couple of things that I need to get done on Tuesday. So if you hear this voice, it is a pre-recorded one. I can't specifically talk to you this way. But the episode, it's also a slightly shorter one, so I think that one's about 2.5 hours, but the one before it was like 4.5, so Good. You're still 16, same universe number. You're doing all right. How have you been? Today, I fell asleep with my contacts in over the weekend, and something happened to my left eye. I am in quite a bit of pain. For those of you who are philosophy fans, after Plato and Aristotle, there is sort of the period known as the Hellenistic period. So the academy kind of went down this path of skepticism. Academy is Plato's school, and then there were this painting gallery. There are the Stoics, who met at the Stoa, hence their name, and they would probably be a little bit more in line with what you think of with Plato in terms of things that can be known and how you. Although, again, it would be hard to say that they're sort of the followers of the academy and whatnot. In fact, the origins of the Stoics are quite amusing because you can go back to a figure like Diogenes, the Cynic, Diogenes of Sinope. And I think there's sort of a phrase for him as Socrates gone mad. And then you have the last group, the Epicureans. You can actually, if you really want to get like nerdy about it, you can sort of say that Adam Smith, who was a philosopher, he may have written The Wealth of Nations, but he was a professor of philosophy. One reading of his work is that he is sort of providing this, this combination or this blending of Epicurean and Stoic philosophy. Sort of creating a synthesis of the two rival schools. Anyways, one of the arguments that the Epicureans would make, they were hedonists, but not in the sense that now we sort of associate hedonism with excess, and actually the hedonism of Epicureans is sort of a smart hedonism, which is to say that pleasure is the highest good, and gorging yourself just simply numbs you to pleasure, and as a result you should be much more measured in it. Again, the idea here that hedonism or that pleasure is the greatest good does not immediately imply that you should seek to just consume everything that you can. You can actually make a very good Epicurean argument for a very ascetic life. But one of my favorite arguments, at least, that the Epicureans would make against people like the Stoics would be, you only need, it's all well and good to basically be a Stoic, and then you get your first eye infection, and you realize that it all doesn't mean anything, and that pleasure is the highest good. And I am currently living that. It's not an eye infection, but I'm currently living that. My eye is killing me, and it is very hard to think of exalted topics when you are in pain. But I've made it. I've tried to put on what's left of my glasses, and we'll carry on. Thank you very much for that host, Captain Shield. Anyways, I'm sure there's a bunch of classics majors who are very angry at me for that horrible oversimplification of subjects that people spend quite a bit of time thinking very deeply about. But
I've got the financial report.
All right, so we spent $500,000 keeping Seabell's keeping the company going. There's definitely an argument for me to put away more of my mechs, but I'm just gonna keep it as is. We've sort of thinned out the ranks a little bit, but we should be on our way to our main goal. Let me just take a quick second here and double check that we don't have anything that we want to repair in the mech bay. Nope, just the Phoenix Hawk. All right. Then, of course, Beefeater's back in action. Hope it gets better soon. I mean, it's kind of my own fault. My manager... Yeah, actually, this is a bit of a shame. I've got a really great manager at work. And they are moving departments. And that is a shame because I have realized in the very brief period that I've had them as a manager again, they really are the one person who seemed... invested in my well-being. Like, there is a job to be done. I would never call them my easiest manager. I actually don't like easy managers because I think it is very easy to get it's very easy to get very complacent. And the fact of the matter is that you really, you want to make sure that you have somebody who will bring out the best in you. But it's very easy in my workplace for people to, I don't know, there's a lot where it kind of comes down to like, you know, this is the operational need, so deal with it. And what tends to happen, like if you want, so when you hear stuff about like video game companies laying off a bunch of workers in order to meet some sort of quarterly result, those are the companies that, you know, a year from now, 2 years from now, you're going to be seeing a lot of weakness in the games that they release. And the reason for that is that for a video game company, like 70% of its assets drive off the parking lot every night. Video games are created by people. You know, if you take all of the computers at Activision Blizzard or Paradox or EA or, you know, Ubisoft, Square Enix, any of these companies, you are absolutely no closer to making a video game like those companies make than you were when you didn't have them. You know, if you took those computers and you got a bunch of computer science graduates or Art Institute graduates or anything along those lines, you will have bodies in front of those computers. You'll get something that you can play. You're not going to get a game that's like Battlefield 5 or Battletech or anything with battle in the name. Clearly, like any creative industry, there is a lot of talent, and it is something you can learn, and it's something that you gain with experience. But treating them as sort of this variable cost that you can just sort of turn on and turn off, you lose all of that knowledge, specifically the knowledge about your particular processes that you built inside of your company. So similarly in my own workplace, like I have tended to find with certain managers that because in order to gain sort of a short-term advantage in terms of just being able to get something done at a certain period of time, things like getting French training or things like going and improving my SAS skills along those lines tend to get put on the back seat. And there's always going to be that excuse. And so I have brought it up a couple of times where I feel like, you know, I keep myself sharp in my like private reading. I've actually drawn a very clear line between the stuff that I bring to work now and that I don't. I do some of my Python stuff insofar as it improves the job that I'm doing at the moment. But I have a lot of analytical software that I've, or like more extensions to analytical software that I've written. I keep that at home. I don't bring that into the workplace to use. And it would be nice if I didn't feel that I need that division, but I kind of feel like there's I sort of feel at this point that it's taken for granted that I'm motivated enough to do the training for myself. And yes, that's true, but I'm not seeing like the salary increase that I should for the extra skills that I'm bringing. And there is a certain point where things like having the time to learn the second language, because that's definitely something you need if you want to wind up managing people, where I'm at. All of that is kind of going to the side. And that other manager, the one who's going, always took the hard way. Like, she was always willing to make sure that my needs were being met while making sure that the needs of the department were met. And that is something you don't really realize until you deal with a manager who just sort of feels like you're a box that needs to be ticked. So, speaking of management, quarantine. Darius assembles the staff for an emergency meeting. Cherry Bomb has contracted a contagious, potentially fatal disease, likely from a recent shore leave excursion. We need... and I've caught it too. We need to isolate an entire med bay until she recovers. I've also notified the local authorities. They believe we've encountered a local strain of periphery pox and can provide targeted drugs for $80,000. A steep price, but probably necessary. Sumaira volunteers. I know somebody at a pharmaceutical research lab. They've been looking for somebody to test the new antivirals on. It'd be $200,000 to get in on the ground floor, but it would give us permanent access to the drug. Let's do the long-term investment. Cherry Bomb is quarantined in one of the med bays, and the antivirals administered as she's soon joined by Glitch. Fearful rumors of the virus are countered by the story of Sumaira's acquisition of the antivirals. While these two Mechwarriors will be out of commission for a while, the dangerous time passes quickly, leaving them exhausted but recovering. So Cherry Bomb's unavailable for 30 days. Glitch is down for 14 days. My company suffers a -3 medical point penalty for 30 days. I lose 20,000, and morale is decreased by 1. That's a pretty brutal event. All right, well, we're still on our way to Artru, and there's not a whole lot that I can do to to improve things as it is. I'd rather not spend for the extra morale point. Let's see if we can make it up somehow. I'm going to need a minute to think about how I want to reorganize the company, though. Arrived at Artru, Commander. Ready to proceed with our current contract? Not yet. So let's just take a quick look at our Mechwarriors. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got 5 people. So we're really looking at 6 days here. It's going to be a slightly different lineup than I was hoping it would be, but I can live with that. Okay. So Cherry Bomb's out for 2 weeks still. I'd prefer to get the money for the job, so... Did I call it December 8th last time? Anyways. What else did I want? Nothing. I don't even remember what mission this is. Oh. Revolving. There it is. Artru. A more foreboding hunk of ice I've never seen. Were you born in the system? You were born in the system, were you not, Mr. Oliveira? Yes, Lady Irano. I grew up on Nassau Heights, one of the orbital hab stations above the planet's surface. Nobody makes landfall except for surface mining teams, and they stay only for month-long shifts. It's too dangerous for permanent habitation. I remember an old folk story that originated with those mining teams. My father shared it with me when I was young. Lakura, I think it's called. If memory serves, it's about an ill wind that would howl through the canyons, killing engines and scrambling computers. The stuff of nightmares for such an inhospitable world. Yes, Lady Irano, it's a gremlin story, something that miners can blame when they pass out drunk with the headlights running. Lakura killed my engine, and I barely got out alive. Not our proudest achievement as a culture, but apparently it gets around. How likely are we to run into the surface miners you were talking about? Don't worry, you won't. Not where you'll be dropping. Surface teams tend to cluster around rocky outcrops that ring the planet's equator. That's where you'll find all the really good stuff. The platinum, the ruthenium, the rare exotics. You'll be well clear of the mining zones. Are there any real threats down there that we need to worry about? Not unless you get out of your battle mech. I wouldn't recommend that, by the way. It's not a great vacation spot. Got it. Let's continue on. Hascarosis has provided us with 5 supply ships to carry whatever we find on the surface. Captain Gringus of the ARS Delphinus will serve as our point of contact for the fleet. After Dr. Murad's finished interfacing with the castle's computer, she'll pop the doors and we'll run a threat assessment. Then, if everything looks clear, we'll have Sumaira set down on the ground. Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but I've got a sensor blip on my screen. It's a dropship. Can't make out what kind. She's heading for the planet's surface. Looks like her point of origin was R2's second moon. That's strange. R2's moon is uninhabited. Is it a directorate ship? Still too far out to say. At the current rate of speed, it'll be at least an hour before I can give you a positive ID. I kind of feel like, Johnny, thank you very much for the retweet. I don't know if you're here, but I feel like I'm kind of at this point, I am anticipating what the Johnny Big Time answers are going to be, and I feel like number 2. Nothing is ever easy, is it? Why is it never easy? But I think I'm gonna do my my down to earth answer. If it is the directorate, I'd be really curious to know how they knew how to find us here. We have no evidence that they know we're here at all, whoever they are. If we drop now, hopefully it won't matter. We'll be able to get in and out clean before they even make planetfall. We don't have time to play this safe, so we're dropping in now. I want our mechs on the ground when the doors open. I'll inform Captain Grigas of the change. You can't go down there in person, Kamea, and certainly not before we're sure it's safe. You're the leader of the restoration. We can't afford to lose you on a salvage operation. Hey, Ragnus Dome, long time no see. How you doing? This is interesting. I mean, I definitely do not want to contradict either of these two. They're my employer. Kamea is obviously the number one. She's certainly a capable Mechwarrior pilot. Yeah, I'll say nothing. This isn't just about the salvage, not to me. My father spent the last half of his life dreaming of the Argo and her secrets. This is one of those secrets, and I will see this through, for him and for myself. Now, it will take time and expertise to get whatever battle mechs we can find in the castle's armory up and running again. Lord Carosa sent us a recovery team, and I want our best mech tech on the ground leading them. That's you, Mr. Virtan. You'll be riding with me. Guess I'll go warm up the rumble seat. Rumble seat, an optional secondary passenger seat that can be built into the control area of a battle mech. Rumble seats are positioned away from all control systems and ejection equipment. Those who ride in them have no control over the mech itself and are utterly at the mercy of the Mechwarrior in the cockpit. You know, the only other time I've sat in one of those things was on St. Loris, and I got my arm blown clean off for my trouble. St. Loris, an important agricultural center in the Capellan Confederation. In 3010, notable battle took place between the 2nd St. Ives Lancers and 2 regiments from the elite Seti Hussars of the Federated Suns. Much of the planet's vital wheat crop was destroyed. Now, Ragnus, I don't think you've seen me play Battletech before, but are you familiar with this game at all? Here's hoping you don't go 2 for 2. Good luck down there. I'll be keeping an eye on you from up here. Okay, so it looks like we actually only needed 3 Mechwarriors anyway, so I'm definitely taking Beefeater. It's been traditional to take Beefeater on all of the main story missions. The real question, though, is which mech do I want to bring him in? So there's sort of the argument for the dragon, which I'm very sorry Johnny's not here to react to that. There's the quick draw. Now, the quick draw isn't exactly one that sets my heart aflutter. There's definitely a side of me that wants to put Beefeater in one of the stronger mechs. Basically because I get that initiative boost. Now, if I want, I can sort of treat the Phoenix Hawk. It is also a polar planet, so the sort of the heat dissipation for the Phoenix Hawk will be a little bit better. It definitely pushes me pretty high on the on the initiative, so I'm basically going to be able to rip apart any lights that I find. But traditionally, I've always used this to sort of spot for something like a trebuchet. Also, I'm going to confirm because I want to upgrade some of my... Yeah, it's a turn-based strategy game. I'm a big fan. I was also a Kickstarter backer on this, so that's another reason why I like it. But all right, let's just take a minute here. I think with Behemoth, I was aiming for like a higher piloting and whatnot. Although maybe at this point, I think I'm just gonna raise everything at the levels. Now, I think for Glitch, I'm gonna go for the extra guts just so she can get the heat. And then Zap, I'm gonna leave because we may not actually use him until the mission starts. Okay. So let's try that again. That ain't right. Am I satisfied with the final game then? Yes. So I went and bought the DLC for this game on my own, which I think is kind of that's a revealed preference, so that's always good. Oh, you know what? This is still probably not going to work, though. I might have to go back to the previous save. I didn't actually play the base game as much as I wanted to. I think that was more of a function of other things that I had available at the time rather than any dislike of it. Okay, actually this will be good. I can do my upgrades without worrying too much. I'll have to do the dialogue scene again, but I'm just going to go through my same options again. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to do this with Behemoth again. I actually think I'm going to hold off because we're close to our next level of piloting.
I hear ya.
And Glitch is my rock star, so we're going to give her some extra guts.
Training confirmed, Commander.
So apologies for those who didn't get a chance to see this the first time. You can always check the VOD. I don't really think my voice acting really adds anything to it. I'll try and get Eyes of Sin in as get Eyes of Sin in as a proper voice actor. What was I going to say? Anyways, yeah, so, I mean, one of the things that I think made this one fairly unique, Harebrained Schemes is founded by Jordan Weisman, who founded a company called FASA, which generated Shadowrun and Battletech. And those properties were ultimately bought by Microsoft, but they've licensed them back, so Harebrained Schemes has done both Shadowrun and Battletech games, along with others. So in one sense, it is the game sort of coming back to the founders in terms of... so there's sort of a certain amount of familiarity and love that goes in with that. And that comes through in a lot of different decisions. So in the case... so for example, in Shadowrun, that is like the 1980s version of what the future looks like. And so you have stuff... like we talked about this before, like... in Neuromancer, you're wondering is like, why doesn't Case just call someone on a cell phone? So that sort of stuff, obviously, you know, if you consider the time when the book was written, it makes sense. And if you consider it today, it doesn't make any sense. And the decision for Shadowrun was that they would not make any changes to the setting, that was the thing that the fans sort of fell in love with, that they were confident enough that there was enough demand for the original property, not the change. In fact, I think there might even be a video of them talking about it, sort of comparing people's reactions to the Star Wars prequels. This was before the new Disney ones had come out, and sort of talking about how it really split the fans because some... oh, right, I don't even think they were talking about the prequels. I think they were talking about like those special editions that they put out with changes from the original films. And sort of talking about how that can lead to some very negative reactions in terms of, you know, people feeling that that thing that they fell in love with isn't really there anymore. And so in this particular case, that's not even necessarily to argue for that style of doing things, because I think it is possible to modernize, you know, famous or beloved franchises. So obviously people prefer the Christopher Nolan Batman movies than they do the Joel Schumacher ones. I probably more than they do the Tim Burton ones, and almost certainly more than the ones starring Adam West. And I mean, it's not like The Dark Knight is definitely not the same thing as you see in the original comics. I mean, Superman in the original comics isn't really like Superman. Just Superman doesn't really seem to have had any as good recent movies. But anyways, so I think that can attribute a little bit of the success. I can attribute that to a bit of the success of the Kickstarter, that obviously it's people who are very familiar with the property and have been involved in it for a very long time, sort of making something that appeals to people who have very fond memories of either playing the tabletop or some of the early versions of it. And then just generally, Harebrained Schemes is a really, really talented group of people, and they've got a good track record. So it was a fairly safe bet, although it was delayed, and they did ultimately get acquired by Paradox. So I have to assume that it was not an easy development. There hasn't been a whole lot sort of released on that. So, but yeah, Domi's saying that the track record on Kickstarters has not always been perfect. I mean, I've had some that sort of went bust. Like I backed the Neil Stephenson sword fighting game, and that didn't really go anywhere. I felt people were a little unfair to it, but yeah, that wasn't a successful one. There have been ones that I tried to advocate for, and then it kind of went into a different direction, and so I felt bad at being such a cheerleader for it because it was really moving somewhere where I didn't feel comfortable with it. But that's kind of the buyer beware thing. I certainly did it in good faith. Anyways, you guys have come to see mech stuff, so let me run ahead with all of this. All right. I didn't ever decided what mech I wanted to give. Put Beefeater in though. So the quick draw really doesn't have. Man, this is a weird thing actually. So apparently the quick draw has better firepower than the dragon. That genuinely surprises me. Dragon is definitely better armored. Also, am I losing something on its default loadout? I don't really want to go through that again. It's weird to me that the Centurion has the better autocannon than the Dragon. Especially because the Dragon always winds up with its arm shot out. Like, to me, this is not a very impressive firing loadout. I mean, I can go back in the old-fashioned blackjack. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Yeah, well, I mean, I also think in some case, I mean, there's obviously a very famous road paved with good intentions. I don't really think, I mean, there's lots of different ways to cheat people out of money, and I really don't think that Kickstarter is a very efficient way to do that. I think lots of projects begin with the best of intentions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the end result pays off. All right, make your way to the entrance point, gain access to Castle Nautilus. Lady Kamea Arano must survive. We get almost 2.25 million sea bills, 3 and 15 salvage. Castle Nautilus is somewhere down there on Artru, buried deep in the ice. Dr. Murad thinks that we'll find an entrance at the coordinates she's provided. We're going to drop, make our way to the entrance, and force our way inside, but we need to do it soon. I want to be finished before uninvited guests arrive. Keep Lady Arano safe down there, Andre.
Command interface initiated.
But yeah, like, this is just it. I mean, there's definitely a reason why they have the risks section on Kickstarters. And I mean, sometimes too, like, if it's a first project, I think it's fair to say that people will not anticipate exactly how difficult some of the stuff will be. But with that in mind, it's always disappointing to see when you know, project that you were really excited about not turn out. So, but yeah, delays are definitely something that are kind of par for the course. Although I guess Cultist Simulator was on time. Good luck down there, all. I'll be cruising in the upper atmosphere and monitoring your progress just in case. Roger that, Miss Mayor. Dr. Murad, have you had any luck connecting with Castle Nautilus's computer? Already on top of it, Lady Arano. The handshake has been established, and I have command line access. Door control is being a little finicky, though. Work fast, Doc. Riding in the rumble seat is like sitting on a jackhammer in a sauna. On the sun. Lady Arano's piloting is aggressive. Poor you. Not to worry, though. I think I found a workaround for the problem. Get walking towards the main doors, and I'll have them open by the time you get there. Understood, Doctor. Do whatever you have to do. Lady Arano, out. Alright, so one of the reasons I brought the Blackjack along is that it gives me jump jets. So Kamea is the only one who doesn't have jump jets. She's a pretty decent pilot overall, though, so I'm not too worried about that. The Kintaro is a medium mech and very heavy on the SRM, so this will be good for knocking people over. But I do need to make sure that I'm actually capable of getting in close. I think you funded We Happy Few. There were a lot of changes during the development, and you felt a little underwhelmed in the edit. Do you ever play it? I played a little bit during the development phase. I was actually given a press key for it, and it seems like the sort of thing I should like. But I do know there were some big changes, and I may actually prefer it with the changes, but it ultimately wasn't something that I spent as much time with as I was hoping I would. It was sort of one of these ones where I wound up sort of meeting my obligation and then kind of leaving it at that. Captain
Okay.
Didn't they...
The standard approach isn't working. I'm inputting a valid ID, but for some reason the door won't budge. I think I found a workaround, though. It'll just be another moment.
Didn't they go from, like... I know there was a point where they went from, like, a handcrafted to, like, a procedurally generated, or am I getting it the wrong way around?
Got it.
And I've got it. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to try something. Dr. Murad, what did you just do? The lights are flickering, and my screen is dead. Dr. Murad? Mr. Oliveira? The whole Argo's gone dark, and I'm not picking up a drive signature. Whatever Farah just did, it must have knocked out her engines. Worry about it later. Those vents in the rock, they're spitting out drones.
Be careful of those things. They're armed to the teeth and coming in fast. And there's probably more where they came from.
Okay. So cover's going to be a priority. High ground's going to be a priority. Okay, so in the case of Kamea, she is her only kind of defense mechanism is to basically avoid shots from other things. It doesn't look like there's anything that I can sort of sit in the woods over. So I'm going to push her hard on this vehicle. And then we'll sort of turn around and deal with the other troublemakers.
We've got company.
All right, so what is this thing? SLDF heavy drone. Okay, there's 3 of them. So maybe what I actually want to do here is I think I'm just going to take everyone and push the front hard. Okay, now Glitch we can get on sort of higher ground. Unfortunately, she's okay. She can lob rockets, but that's not what I want.
Waiting for orders. You betcha.
Now, Beefeater's in the scariest position because his back's exposed, so... I really should go back to We Happy Few, because I do actually want to give it a fair shake on the... like, in the sense of seeing what the finished product is like. But I know I kind of left feeling underwhelmed. And I wish I could say otherwise on it, but that's fine. Again, you can't necessarily love everything. Okay. So again, I don't know what I'm really dealing with. Okay, that thing's got 2 PPCs and an LRM-10.
All weapons limited. Enemy unit destroyed.
Okay.
Tell me what you need.
Same story here. Like I said, we're
Affirmative.
gonna push forward and clear out what we can, and then fight them from the high ground. Alright, so medium and heavy. I think I want to prioritize the heavy. Yep. So it's an AC5, so it's nothing to sneeze at, but... And I only have a LRM. Alright, well, we can still work with it. Alright, so the tricky part for me, I don't actually see any way I can bring Glitch in on this in a useful way. So the big question for me now is, do I reserve her and see what happens with the remaining vehicles? Or do I... Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do the reserve. This might wind up stripping her armor a bit, but this is probably the best spot that she can get caught in at this point. Okay, so looks like the medium drone is coming close. At least gives me something to shoot at.
Barely scratched my armor.
Alright, so I'm going to reserve one more time. Again, I can work with this because we're gonna be taking advantage of the better positioning. I think this is going to be the sad realization, is that Jesus.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
What can I do for you?
So if I want to reserve Glitch here, that's going to mean that there are heavies that are replying. But you know what? Oh no, I can't reserve her. Alright.
Affirmative. Line them up and I'll shoot them down, Commander.
Okay, so
You got nothing.
Beefeater's already a priority for movement, but that kind of clinches it a little bit more. Can I jump them somewhere interesting? Yes, I can.
Affirmative.
Okay. I wouldn't normally want to alpha strike this.
All weapons.
Ouch. I really needed that autocannon to hit.
Armor holding. Follow me to victory.
Okay, so Beefeater's priority number 1 in terms of movement. Also want to try to get him to a little bit of safety if I can. It's not great, but it's a start. It at least gives me some extra chevrons. And in this case, I'm going to precision strike it for the sort of for the weak spot. I am going to do 2. So I actually only need one of these things to hit, but ugh. Yeah, these are not actually the best odds, but we'll risk it. Okay, got it.
Enemy unit destroyed.
So there's actually a really good sort of lore. Okay,
Loud and
so
clear.
some of the dumbest stuff in games gets justified through lore. This one is a pretty good justification, because in Battletech, the idea is that the Civil War after the Star League kind of
Waiting on you, Commander.
the combatants very specifically targeted the industry of their opponents, and so it sort of led to this dark age for humanity. So even though humanity has colonized the stars, it's actually a somewhat low-tech environment. I mean, obviously there's still like giant killer robots running around, so you know there's perspective. But one of the reasons why the world is the way that it is in Battletech
Taking the high road.
is that the Star League, sort of the golden age of humanity, has passed, and so there is this concept of lost tech. Basically, the idea is that the old technology is actually more powerful than the current ones. And so the idea here that this we're trying to find some of this lost tech, and it's not people who are trying to stop us, but rather sort of the automated defenses of the Star League. Because obviously, if somebody was piloting these things, that would imply that they have access to this lost tech. Well, at least they're targeting glitch. Unfortunately, the heavy is going to be giving its reply.
On the move.
So I don't think I'm going to waste AC-20 shot with the Victor. I am going to use a precision strike, though. So again, we'll go for the weak spot. That's got exactly 1 health left. You know what? I got plenty of SRM ammo.
Acknowledged. For the Oregon people. One more for the trashy.
This is something I was meaning to say earlier. Mechwarrior or Battletech has different, like the world that they've set up for Battletech. There is a very strong argument for me to just use Beefeater as a sensor. I have to move. Okay, I really don't feel comfortable with this move, but I'm doing it. So it's got a role-playing game. It's got rules for basically every level of combat that you could imagine. You know what? I think I'm going to do a precision strike on this one. So how much armor does it have? 3322. I'll knock off one of the medium lasers. So basically you can take this from the individual pilot level up to sort of these grand strategic campaign rule sets. Like there's kind of a level for everyone in the tabletop rules. So it's been pretty, there's kind of traditionally 2 types of games that get made for Battletech. You get something that really focuses on its tabletop origins, and you'll see something where you have like, you know, you have a lot of what's the best way to put this? Like,
I leap, I soar.
if it's not a turn-based strategy game, it's at least a, you know, it's like a real-time game that really embraces sort of the combined arms elements of the source material. Or you wind up with sort of a first-person simulator, basically, where yes, you're playing a Mechwarrior pilot, but you're playing a Mechwarrior pilot so that you can like run around and stomp stuff. And it would be really interesting because one of the things about this game that makes it so appealing is that they actually do take the time to work out a story. Now, it's a little bit like any of the other strategy games that you'll see. Like in this case, it's, you know, you can compare it to something like StarCraft, where you learn about the reasons why these people are fighting essentially in, if not a cutscene, then sort of this dialogue that happens before each of the encounters. But one of the big ones for me is that at least they give them a reason. And that isn't always something that you can rely on in terms of games. So I've always sort of wondered whether or not it would be worth it to
Tell me what to do.
to have like a Battletech RPG style game, whether or not there would be any value in doing something with more RPG elements. So like this game, you can sort of follow your Mechwarriors and you can improve their training and whatnot. But like I'll give you the bad example of the ambition that you could take with this. Think of the idea of Star Citizen, where you have this character that you carry on and you have this sort of realized world, and you will buy and upgrade your ships, and you'll get out of your ship and you'll engage in first-person sort of shooter combat and whatnot. And I know there's a lot of people who will talk about whether or not the game is a scam. I'm completely neutral on that statement. But it's definitely a very large vision in terms of sort of the type of story you want to tell and what kind of a world you want the player to engage in. And the thing about Battletech is that there is a whole, like, you can pick any one of the successor states and there will be tons of detail for you to read about. I've recently been reading up on like the faction Comstar, and I just find them so much more interesting than the last time that I checked out Battletech stuff. And so in many ways, Battletech is kind of a victim of really good marketing, because of course what's the thing that you want to see in a Battletech game? You want to see giant stomping robots, and you want to be able to do like, one of the things that's a shame about some of the Battletech games is it's hard to do like the melee combat, but that's a really satisfying thing to do inside of this game. So it's really hard to say that you're going to do Battletech but we're not going to focus on the mechs. And yet the world that they have developed for Battletech, I mean, there's a reason why there are so many novels that are part of this. It's not just so they can throw stuff into Kickstarters and whatnot, that there's actually a very well-developed world, and a very large part of the stuff that you'll read on websites like Sarna.net comes from these novels that have been written. And so in some senses, you could imagine, I think we might have even said this on stream, like imagine if they treated Battletech the way that they treated the Star Wars license, right? Because Star Wars has got flight simulators, it's got games like Jedi Fallen Order, so sort of a Metroidvania, sort of Dark Souls kind of game. You've got the Dark Forces games, pure first-person shooters, but then you've got the third-person element in sort of the Jedi Knight games. You've got real-time strategy games. You've really got a little bit of everything, and there's certainly that level of detail present inside of Battletech. But it's definitely one of these games that has, in terms of the video games that's been covered, it's actually been very well handled. You've got a real-time strategy game, you've got a turn-based strategy game, you've got a lot of simulators. Crescent Heart's Inception and Revenge probably are, I think they'd count as turn-based strategy. Again, it's a franchise that has done well, but in some ways, it's kind of hard to point to the one that was the Knights of the Old Republic of Battletech games. And that's not a knock on this one. I think this game's a really good one. But it's sort of interesting that because this game is very focused on the mechs, I think it would be a very hard sales pitch, both to players and to people interested in producing such a game, that it would be really hard to say, well, we're actually going to focus a little bit more on the people behind it. It's not just going to be dialogue scenes. It's not just going to be crew management. It is actually going to be, a story maybe of like a noble house or something like that. And I think there's a way you can integrate the mech combat inside of it. I just think it would be sort of interesting if they took a different angle. So. Anyways, what were we gonna say? Let me just. Are there different classes in this game? You mean, Ragnus Domi? There sort of are. I can give you an example in a minute. How you doing, Johnny Big Time? Thank you very much for that tweet earlier. Let me just, before I go back to dialogue, let me just shout out my dear friend Johnny Big Time, who is an excellent streamer, and I highly recommend. I was gonna bring the dragon, but you weren't around, so I didn't feel bad about not bringing it, Johnny. Why would they say that the game is a scam? You don't think of this a genre for me, but hearing you talk about it does make it seem to you like it's a really solid game. So the big thing, Ragnus Domi, is that Star Citizen has been in production for years, and they're always missing deadlines, and the game is constantly selling ships that don't even exist yet. And so the big thing is that I can't think of a game on that scale that has been crowdfunded. It really is something without precedent. And it is entirely possible that everyone who backed it will wind up looking like an idiot. Or it's possible that this will be a truly, remarkable accomplishment and a totally different way of developing games that we haven't seen before. And, people who want to hate Star Citizen, you do not need to go far to go in a Star Citizen chat and see someone who's going to spend, zealously tell you that game will never be made and that it's a scam. And then you have people who are very dedicated to the vision of the game and that it will be brilliant and that you just need to hold faith and keep giving them money. I definitely don't think you should throw good money after bad. I'm agnostic as to whether or not the game can be finished. Certainly the game is different from I bought when they said basically buying it would get you both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So I sort of thought, I was like, okay, well, if I get a good, space combat simulator, I'll be happy, and I'll get the Star Citizen as a bonus. But I haven't put any money inside of ships or anything like that, so my engagement in it is quite low. But yeah, I mean, I am not unsympathetic to either side on this one. I just really wish, the thing that bugs me the most is when people talk about Star Citizen. I always have to have at least one inside of the other chat, there's always one person who just really wants to piss on the game and will not hear anything else. And that's not pleasant to hear from anyone. So, but I really just wanted to illustrate it as an example that I think Battletech's world is as well fleshed out as Star Wars, and the ambitions of something like Star Citizen would work very well in a setting like Battletech. But whether there's an appetite for a game that goes into... So again, I, as a nerd who already likes Battletech, would be fascinated if you had just a Comstar-focused story. It is in a very tall order to try and explain to someone. Imagine trying to explain a game where it's okay, so there used to be this big space empire, and it fell apart, and the successor states who wanted to sort of become the next big star empire all fought each other and destroyed each other's infrastructure. And then there's this organization which is responsible for maintaining communications and remaining neutral, and they become quasi-religious, and they actually have a bunch of secret technology that they've been holding, but their loyalties to the overall project is kind of suspect, and blah 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 blah. And you play those guys. Try and that does not sound like an exciting game. You kind of need to understand who Comstar is, and as soon as you get what Comstar is, it's the most exciting game in the world. I'd love to play a Comstar game, but obviously you need a budget to be able to make a game, and you are not going to have a very big budget if it's only ever going to appeal to that subset of already existing Battletech fans that thinks Comstar is cool. Anyways, I really blew it on Johnny Big Time's shout out. Have you decided what you're playing next, Johnny Big Time? He just finished Jedi Fallen Order, so timely for talking about the Star Wars stuff, and he was playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the new one, most recently, and we co-opted some Division 2 not too recently. Not too far away. I had a lot of fun with that, and I always enjoy co-casting with Johnny Big Time, but probably the best thing, my favorite stream from 2019 was with Johnny Big Time on A Way Out. So if you've not checked him out, please do. Twitch.tv/Johnny_Big_Time, JOHNNYBIGTIME, and do check him out. To answer Domi's question on different classes, yes, basically the combinations of skills that you develop will give you effectively different classes, and I'll show you in combat in a little bit. What else do we have? Lumpy, how you doing? And then Johnny Big Time says, I did, but your internet is being stupid right now, so nothing at the moment. Wait, you did... Oh, you did pick what game. Okay. You were going to finish Luigi's Mansion 3. Gotcha. All right, Yang, we can't stand here. We can't stay out here in the open. If we don't find harder cover, we're going to get swamped. So what's the plan? You fall back and find an extraction point. I'm getting you the hell out of there. No, we have to push forward. To the doors. Our only way out of this is through. Dr. Murad will fix this. Believe it! Lady Arano, she's right, Sumaira. An outpost castle like Nautilus could bring down a dozen leopards, probably at the same time. If you try to extract us, it'll blow you out of the sky. Damn it. Okay, you're right. Stay alive down there. I'll keep trying to get Farah on the comms. Do that. For now, we gotta get our heads back in the game. Look, over there, the damn castle is activating the turrets. Alright, this is a really neat one. So I was wondering, I was thinking like maybe it would be something like the Directorate would have gotten in ahead of us, but it looks like they're going for the
Location confirmed.
The automated defenses are coming to kill me. Okay, so to give you an example, Domi, of the different classes inside of the game, so there's different abilities you get as your skills get up to a certain level. So Kamea here has a skill for multi-targeting, so she can actually target both of these turrets right away. I think I'm going to focus on the one, just because I'm not quite clear. Yeah, we're looking at about 150 armor. So in this case, we're just going to let her rip on the one, see how that works. Okay, so that was a little overkill, but not too much.
Target destroyed.
Yeah, they're going to hurt Beefeater. God damn it!
Good to go.
All right.
One for the scrappy.
Now, those are large lasers. I need to make sure that Kamea gets a little more protected. That was a good gun I lost on the blackjack.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Okay, one of my legs. Ah, crap. All right. There's a lot of stuff that can go really wrong really fast with Beefeater. So, I've got a heavy laser turret or I've got a shredder turret. I think in this case we'll focus... Ooh, that was the really good AC2. So, again, we'll let her rip on the shredder turret. We'll let Kamea sort of mop up the rest.
Standing by.
I'm going to get her to focus on... We're going to focus sort of on the right. Okay, so that thing's got 50 armor and 7 structure. And... Okay. So we can open up with everything. Interesting. Okay. I hope this is enough.
I'll do what you ask.
Good.
Good to go.
So, Glitch can crush the medium drone first. I'm going to focus on that. I'd love to take out the turrets, but I want to get the vehicles down as quickly as I can because they're going to be shooting me in the back. And then I should be able to jump her into range of the...
They've got a sensor lock on me. Ready for orders.
Alright, I don't think there's anything too exciting I can do. Ooh, maybe? Nope. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is we'll do the sprint for this move.
Hauling ass.
And that's going to be so I can just jump over the mountain and open up with my AC-20 when the time comes. Alright, that Kentaro's taken too much damage for what it can handle.
I'm taking heavy damage.
I'm also going to assume that this is the start of the mission, so I really should not be taking this kind of damage. Jesus Christ. Everybody's structure is exposed already.
That got through my armor, Commander.
Okay. Beefeater's running hot, which is not great. I really don't want to crowd out... I really don't want to crowd out Behemoth, but I do need to make sure that he's kind of keeping himself safe as well. So we've just got enough, so we will let her rip. And again, we're going to do a similar move with Kamea.
I'm listening.
Priority number 1 is going to be to move her... Okay.
I'll make it happen.
This is not great, but it'll only be one turret that's targeting her, so... So that thing's got 105 left. Oops. Sorry, just give me a second here. I need to work out some expected damage. I actually want to take the time to do this right. How much did I say was left on that thing? 105. It's tight, but I think we should be able to kill this thing. How you doing, Dublin Pappy?
Affirmative.
I know you're only here because Johnny's here, and that's fine, because I'm only here because Johnny's here too. Okay, so the real question is going to be whether or not we can get... oops.
Time to fly.
Not crazy about my options here, but I am going to focus on these lasers.
Here we go.
Okay, hit the armor. I'm happy. I may have done a bad shout out for Johnny Big Time tonight, but that is a fantastic example of the sort of thing that you get when you watch the Johnny Big Time channel. Okay, change of plan. So the original thing I wanted to do was get Behemoth in and shooting the large laser, but as you can see, I don't have any shots. So what I'm going to do instead... Alright, looks like it's not going to tell me what my chances to hit are. What's this thing? Standard range. Really wish it'd give me some probabilities. I think I'm gonna risk the longer trip because I want this thing dead. I think in this case the front armor is the strongest, but in this case I'm gonna focus it down and kind of hope that the sort of the residual strength of the attacks is enough to penetrate.
Taking the shot.
Yep, that did it.
one less vehicle.
Okay. This is not a good spot for Beefeater to be in.
Engaging jump jet.
I kind of need to keep moving him because he's already got structure damage. Now, unfortunately, that means I don't get to... Oh, yeah, actually, because I lost the arm, there's not a whole lot that I can fire, so...
Engaging target.
We'll lighten the laser turret up. Kamea, I'm actually going to go in for close range. This is just basically so that we can unload on the heavy laser. It's totally fine. Dublin puts up enough with me messing up your channel. I figure turnabout's a bit of fair play. So I appreciate that though, Johnny. That was a little overkill, but
Target destroyed.
there's still baddies coming to kill us. Okay, as much as I would love to set myself up on the high ground here, I think it's time to get to the main entrance. This will at least let me work down a little heat and build up my stability with a brace.
Tell me what you need.
I'm going to set up Kamea still within the hexagon, but actually, you know what? Lady Arano, do you read me? Darius, thanks the gods. Tell me what's going on up there. Doc Murad must have poked her nose into something she shouldn't have. Everything's gone haywire up here. Doc's putting out fires as we speak. So listen to me. You tell Doc Murad that if she doesn't get these doors open right now, Lady Arano is dead. We all are. I'm well aware of that, Yang. Working on it now. Just hold out a little longer. I'm working on...
We've lost contact again. Keep yourselves alive. I'll call out new contacts as I see them.
What I probably should have done here was reserved for the vehicles to make their moves, but in this case, we'll set up Kamea with a brace.
Commander?
Now, glitch, I should be able to sort of zip around the environment. Stay alive until the Nautilus security system is deactivated. So yeah, the question here is, I do want to move my people back to the safe position, but I kind of want to be fighting on my way out. So okay, that's an 80-ton. This is a medium drone. That's, we don't even know. So, and I have
Roger, Commander.
the morale to be able to do some behind the scenes shots.
Move her down.
I quite like it, Dublin Pappy. I think the easiest sale would be to people who like games like XCOM for the turn-based side, obviously. But again, like, there's a lot of reasons to like it. One of the things for me, again, because the origin for this stuff is... All right, you know what?
Move order received.
This is a lot more aggressive than I want it to be, but again, we can jump over the mountain, so... go for the highest probability hit. Yeah, I don't need to fire the other weapons when I got an AC-20.
Reporting. Enemy vehicle.
So there's...
Heads up. You got more of those little bastards coming in from the vents in the rock.
Oh, no. Wait, vents in the rock? Where are the targets? Oh, right over there. All right. So again, I want to make sure that I'm moving everybody. But yeah, so if you like XCOM, the easy sales pitch is just it has, you know, it has the turn-based combat. You need to think about what you're doing, and
Yes, I hear you.
you know, fun times all around for that. There is a very sort of deep kind of backstory to this game if you're interested in it. Like, one of the things that's interesting about this one is the decision to set it in the periphery, because I know a lot more...
Enemy casualty.
about the successor states, which are a totally different group than sort of the subject of this game. Now, one thing I don't like about that move is that I'm not getting enough evasion. Well, this will at least give me 2 chevrons instead of 1.
Here we go.
Find this more entertaining than XCOM? Why is that, Dublin? Is it because I'm streaming it? Sorry.
Right, Commander. That's a vehicle kill.
Please don't go after Glitch. Ooh. That's the AC-20 they're hitting.
Good to go.
Alright. Again, we can afford the heat, so...
Affirmative.
Sorry, Johnny, that was like... wide open. I'll still do 1 medium laser just in case. Ooh. Costly error. Okay, I'm not at all a fan of putting Beefeater in a risky position here, but I do want somebody in to do damage on targets of opportunity.
Engaging target.
You have my attention. I'm on the move.
So I'm gonna get her to soften up the... I think I'll just let Fate...
Good to go.
Okay, so...
Got it.
I'm gonna get Glitch to target the hopefully weaker heavy drone here. Oh yeah.
Affirmative.
And then Kamea should hopefully clean up the other. Or not Kamea, Behemoth should clean up the other. See, I love that clip, but I know why that happened. That happened because if you fire a sniper rifle at close range, you get a massive to hit penalty.
I'm under heavy fire. Commander.
So like that is an amazing clip, and I love laughing at it, but there's actually a very good in-game reason why what happened in that clip happened.
Here we go.
Are we talking about the same one? Because there's one where it actually shows on your screen, and we must be talking about a different clip then. I'm not going to risk anything. I'm just going to alpha strike it. Yeah, of course I get it through. Okay, we might be talking about a different shot then.
Reporting. One less.
Ha! Got it. Samire, broadcast this now.
On it.
All right. We'll do the smart thing and just like put all the mechs in front of the entryway. That's how that works, right?
Location confirmed.
No, it said something very much lower than 100%. Identifier code accepted. Automated defenses disengaged. Welcome, Argo. Thank the gods for that, Dr. Murad. I need a status report. What the hell is going on up there? I used our codebreaker to access a sealed portion of the Nautilus memory core. When I got in, I grabbed up every encrypted file I could find, and I did get the door codes, but I also found something else. What did you let loose on my ship, Doctor? I don't know. Something they were researching there. It's malicious code of some kind. I think I inadvertently let it out of quarantine. Yeah, and you tripped the alarm while you were at it. Look, the good news is that I've got it contained. 90% certain, but it's caused a lot of damage up here. Communications are patchy, main drive system is offline. We're floating dead in space. Lots of superficial damage too. Anyway, I'm working on it, but I could use more hands on deck. Anyone who can follow basic instructions will do. The Argo is an enormous ship, and the code made an absolute mess of her. Understood. Sumaira, I need you to fetch our people. Everyone but me and Yang. Get them back to the Argo and do whatever Dr. Murad tells you. Roger that, Lady Arano. I'll be there in a moment. Tell the Lance to prepare for extraction. Lady Arano? What are we doing? What we came here for. We're going inside, and I didn't bring us all the way to leave empty-handed. Captain Grigas, are your ship and crew ready? Aye, Lady Arano. The Delphinus is fully loaded and ready to drop. Good. Meet us at the north entrance, and hurry. We don't have much time before our unwelcome guests arrive. Affirmative. Recovery team inbound. House Corrosis is proud to serve the restoration, my lady. Thank you, Captain. Ready yourself. Yang, I'm taking us inside.
Mission successful.
Okay, that was a neat one. I'm not happy that I lost a cool autocannon, but we actually wound up with a lot less damage than I thought we were going to. Now, the good news is I get to show you all exactly the clip that we're talking about on Twitch. So, oh, it doesn't say that you were hosting me, Johnny. Thank you very much for that host. I've been spending so much time in Johnny's clips lately. I'm actually really, really sorry that I was not the one to clip this, but this is an amazing clip. So for those of you, like, I know I always keep talking about how much I like Johnny's cast and how good he is and how funny he is. This is one of the reasons why I'm saying that Johnny's playthrough of XCOM was one of my all-time favorites. Because it was full of stuff like, okay, Dublin Pappy just put the clip on, but I'm going to show you the clip because I'm not good at making my own content, and I just like pulling in the the views from people. Do I have your permission to show this, Johnny? I don't care if I do. I'm showing it anyway. Anyways, okay. So here's Johnny playing XCOM. So here's the secret. What you're looking at here, Johnny, is this 100% critical? Your actual to hit was 50%. So you had a coin toss of hitting, but if you did hit, you were guaranteed to crit the guy. Although I don't believe that would have been enough to kill the guy anyway. But yeah, for those of you who are, that is not just a one-off. If you take a look at Johnny's clips, you're going to see a whole heck of a lot of XCOM in it. For instance, I believe this is the first time I watched him play XCOM.
Rockets away.
Show the first clip? Are you talking about... Yeah, this is not my stream anymore, apparently. Are you talking about, like, this very first clip? The one where I'm at the top? Because I actually don't think this is the best clip. This is the best clip. But, alright, fine. This is Johnny Big Time playing Dark Souls 3, and then we're going to be back to Battletech.
Where is this thing? Right here. This little guy. Couldn't land on it again if I wanted...
I'm not saying I'm the best around, but you got 2 more viewers since you started showing your clips. Yeah, so for those of you who want to see that guy behind those clips, he's a much better streamer than me. And he is, like, in a just world, our follow and, like, views would be flipped, but it's not a just world, and I'm happy you're all watching me. But yeah, Johnny is a really good guy. He is very switched on. He's very engaged in his channel. And he is... I don't know. He does a lot better job of keeping the action going with his games, but he has sort of the wit. In fact, so obviously there's the big E3 announcement that Sony's not going to be there again. But I'm hoping this year that Johnny gets some time off work to be able to do his E3 thing, because honestly, one of my favorite things that Johnny has ever done is his completely deflationary look at E3 press conferences. All right. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. All right, so we've got a little bit of repair. Well, the Quintero I don't care about because that's Kamea's ship. A little bit of repairing on the Victor, but we didn't lose the... we were very close to losing the AC-20 on that. A little bit of leg damage on the Vindicator, nothing too crazy. Wow, that was 2 as well. And unfortunately, we lost the awesome AC-2 on the Blackjack. But fortunately, Beefeater didn't get injured. When is E3? Like early June, I think? Okay, well, there's an AC++. Maybe that's the same AC that we lost. I don't know. Let's go for the plus because there's clearly no mech stuff for me to get. But better versions of the different weapons. I can work with that. Ooh, less damage from death from above. I mean, I only get to pick 3. So higher accuracy for laser. It does take up a ton. So this would be very tempting to put into the Phoenix Hawk, but I think in this case I'm just going to get the upgraded weapons. If we get the leg mod, so much the better. It's actually tempting, maybe instead of the PPC +1, let's add one of the LRM +10s. Do we get any other goodies? Hey, we got the PPC plus anyway. Was that a backhanded compliment for me or Dublin? You'll try to get it off June 9 to 11. See, I'm not sure if that's like the floor show, or if those are the announcements. I'm never sure if they're one and the same. Oh, I'm gonna shut up. I want that.
Attention, forces of the Urano Restoration. I am Commodore Samuel Ostergaard of the Concord Navy. You are surrounded by a battalion of the Taurian Concordate's most decorated Mechwarriors. On behalf of our allies in the Aurigan Directorate, I demand your immediate and unconditional surrender. But I know you won't stand down, Lady Urano. You're the Sword of Restoration. You have a reputation to uphold. And that's good. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm going to enjoy painting the ice red with your blood.
The art style on this is really good, Domi. That mech that you see in the center, like just in front of Kamea, is the Atlas, which is my favorite assault mech. Farah, I need a status report. What's your condition up there? The Argo's main drive is still offline. I'm working on it. Engineering... I think I've got the malicious code isolated, but it's already done a lot of damage. What's your status, Lady Arano? We're on the move. Torian Marines have taken out the outpost castle. Most of our salvage team is dead. Yang sealed the mech bay doors, but they won't hold for long. There are only 5 of us left. Me, Yang, and 3 of the Mechwarriors from the Delphinus. We're on our way to the surface in a few mechs that Yang managed to get running. Heads up, Lady Arano. When you reach the surface, you're going to have company. I'm picking up a Torian recon lance standing just outside the main doors. Acknowledge, Miss Mayor. The recon lance doesn't worry me. When they see what we're piloting, they'll wish they'd stayed home. Good job getting those mechs running, Yang. Drinks are on me when you get home. Take you up on that, boss. I'm gonna need it. Believe it or not, I've had better days. Hey, can anybody tell me why the Torians are fighting for Espinosa? What was this Osterguy guy has against us specifically? 'Cause this is some grade A bullshit right here. Johnny, you are now Yang. They were waiting for us in this system. Somebody must have told them that we were coming. But who, though? Espinosa? He shouldn't know anything about our movements, or the outpost castle. Aside from us and Corrosis, nobody should. How the hell did they know to find us here? Best guess? We got ourselves a mole, and the smart money says it's Otto Corrosis. Remember what Lord Corrosis told us? His son returned from Weldery a different person. The Directorate played with his mind and broke him somehow. You think they brainwashed him? It's possible. I'll send this warning to Smithen as soon as I'm able, but right now the only things that matter are fixing this ship and getting Kamea away from the Torian border. The Restoration dies if she's captured. Don't worry, Lord Mazira, we'll have Samira pick them up directly. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the Argo's docking clamps are locked tight. Damn things won't budge. Until Farah fixes whatever that thing did to the ship, the Leopard is out of commission. No. I'm working on it. If I can get the doors to engineering open, we can manually release the clamps. God, my inclination would be to add on the pressure here, but I really shouldn't, so... Clear the line, Doc. Focus on your work, not on us. Aye, Commander. Clearing the line. And Lady Arano, please, keep yourself alive. I'll fix this, I promise. Roger that, Farah. We'll hold out for as long as we can. This elevator is accelerating. We're almost at the surface. Any second now, these doors are going to open, and we'll need someplace to go. Darius, what are our options? Best bet, the Delphinus. Lord Corrosis' other support ships have either fled or been destroyed, but the Delphinus is still on the planet's surface, and she's within sprinting distance of the castle gates. She's currently powered down. I don't think the Torians have detected her yet. If you can make it out there, Captain Grigas and his crew should be able to extract you. That's the plan, then. Dr. Murad, we'll have to get there, Dr. Murad will have until we get there to fix the Argo. Any longer, and we're all dead. Beefeater, I need you to stay on the comms and guide us through. I'll see you through safely, Lady Orano. You have my word. The elevator's just come to a stop. The lights are flashing. Any second, the doors are going to slide open. Mechwarriors, ready yourselves for action. It is definitely a diverse crew. I don't know exactly what the mappings of the nationalities are, because they're definitely so. Each of the factions in the game have a very clear heritage. So the Draconis Combine has a very heavy Japanese influence. House Liao, the Capellan Confederation have heavier sort of Chinese characteristics. You'll sort of see more German in the Federated Sons. But even in terms of the characters, like the different ethnic backgrounds as well as the sort of the representations of characters, it's definitely a game which took the time to sort of have some pretty I don't know, it's a pretty wide set. Anyways, if we don't get them off that planet, we're going to lose our chief mech tech and our most important client. That can't be allowed to happen. You got this, Andre. Guide our people home. Anyways, I kind of ran out of steam on the trying to keep that dialogue going, answering the doing lady voices. I mean, one thing I try to do, Dublin Pappy, and it doesn't really seem to come across well. But during the Shadowrun playthrough, I think either I did it better or people were more receptive to it. I do try to have slight differences in terms of speaking style. So if I go crazy, so every once in a while there's something that's appropriate to do a special voice.
So for instance, if I'm playing Morrowind and I play a Dark Elf, this would not be an inappropriate voice.
Stuff like that I can handle. But like what I think you want is something like Monty Python and like the Pepper Pots. Oh, well, I never. And that like just doesn't work. But what I do try to do is I try and take the dialogue that a character is saying and to add a slight inflection, just a manner of speech. I try and keep it clear in my head. I mean, the problem is it just takes me to stumble over one sentence because it's the very first time that I'm reading some of this stuff to get it wrong. But I do try and have each character's sort of tonality down. But my vocal range... I can do goofy. I don't have a problem with that, Dr. Strangelove is not a very difficult voice to give. That's actually wasn't Dr. Strangelove, but something like that is not super hard. But trying to do so even things like Slavic accents are that, right? You can do blah, I want to suck your blood. But doing things like dropping definite and indefinite articles in the dialogue for a character with a Slavic background is probably a little bit truer to how a character like that might speak, rather than trying to do sort of a hokey version of the accents. Yeah, see, everybody does like the silly voice. Okay, so what does like Kamea get the Dunmer voice? And all right, the elevator just rumbled to a halt. I don't know how much firepower Ostergod is going to throw our way once we're clear of the doors, but I'm countering on you to lead us through this, Beefeater. Now let's see what those Star League era mechs can do. Get Yang and Lady Arano to the Delphinus, Andre. That's the only thing that matters. So what interests me here, I think this is basically the way that the game will let you play with really powerful mechs and try them out without committing like major resources to it. So anyway, Torian Recon Lance Leader. Lady Kamea Arano of the Arano Restoration. On behalf of the Torian Concordat, I hereby command you to... Oh shit, Iberia! They're piloting SLDF battle mechs. We need reinforcements, now! Mechwarriors, our way home is on the other side of these Torians. Push through them and fight for the Reach!
A heads up. When we get to a safe distance, I'm going to set off a little surprise I left behind for our Torian friends.
Surprise?
You'll see. Trust me. You're going to love it.
Damage minimal.
By the way, after this mission, I'm going to show you guys the trailer for Heavy Metal, the last DLC for this, because it's actually kind of similar to the last cutscene we just saw. Thank you, Johnny. All right, so this thing's called the Highlander. First thing I'm going to do is clobber this fire starter. I'm a little too hot to do anything else.
Copy.
I just took a heavy hit.
You're in an Atlas, lady. Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to a website called sarna.net. Sarna.net. This vehicle, known as the Highlander. A little bit of lore about this this one. So, actually, the specific entry is called the Highlander Burial. So, Death from Above. Death from Above, DFA, is a maneuver in which the attacking mech engages its jump jets to jump and then land on its target. Although the exact rules differ depending on the overall rule set, Death from Above is invariably a risky and difficult maneuver that inflicts a great deal of damage to the target and usually also some damage to the attacker. It cannot be performed by mechs without jump jets. Many mech warriors consider these tactics reckless, but admit it gives a strong advantage to jump jets battle mechs. When performed by a Highlander mech, it is sometimes referred to as a Highlander Burial. The Northwind Highlanders were specialized in this class of attack. In fact, the battle mech was redesigned specifically to perform it. This attack is named the Highlander Burial after when a light mech is crushed and literally buried into the earth by the Highlander's impact over him.
Commander?
Really? I don't have jump jets? Oh, that's because it's a Black Knight. Never mind. My bad. I'm gonna hit the Jenner on this one, and that's just because it's got more evasion chevrons.
Engaging.
They're flanking.
Tell me what you need.
God, I love the Atlas. All right.
Yep.
Of course I'm gonna do a Highlander Burial. Not on the light, though.
Death from above.
Oh, yeah!
Hostile removed. I'm under heavy fire here.
Oh, that's such a disappointment as a follow-up.
That's a miss.
The Atlas should be picking up the commando and just throwing it like a toy. I didn't punch its head off, but by my first attempt at a Highlander Burial basically resulted in a one-shot kill. I was very happy with that. Oh, but this is gonna knock him down, so. All right, we need to move forward. So, even though there's guys left over, we're gonna run forward.
Ready for orders.
All right, so Griffin's got some jump jets, so we're gonna take the opportunity here to rain down death. All right. So we don't have any shots on the Panther, so it's all going to focus on the Jenner, which has already moved a little bit, so we don't have a lot of chances, but
Let's see how you like this.
yeah, it still did something. It did a lot, actually.
Now that hit something good.
They're probably going to try and cook Kamea now. That's courage.
Damage minimal.
Ah, now they're trying cooker.
Reporting minimal damage.
I gotta be really careful with this Highlander right now.
hate these guys.
Ready for orders.
So again, it seems like I'm relying a little bit on the fact that Yang said that there is a surprise waiting for them when I get clear. So I'm not sure if I want to go off the Panther or the Jenner first. I think we're gonna do the. Actually, you know what? Spread the love.
Engaging multiple targets.
All right.
Aye, aye.
I gotta move the Highlander first, otherwise... Actually, first thing I'm gonna do is Vigilance. So as much as I want to do targeted shots, this is gonna give me a little extra breathing room.
Acknowledge.
Sadly, DFAs are not without cost, so as you can see, I'm really short on armor here. But again, we'll spread the love where we can. Yeah, I think that'll work.
Roger. Mech destroyed.
No, this is basically a planet that is so hostile to human life that they can only mine it once a month. So basically, remember how I was talking about how basically technology has sort of been lost as a result of the different wars. The ooh, this is an ugly move. But all of these result in me. Yeah, I keep forgetting the Atlas is super slow. Alright, I'm sprinting, but I don't like that.
I'll do what you ask.
Yeah, it's but yeah, so Earth is present in the game. It's known as Terra, and actually later, so about I can't remember when this takes place. I think it's like 25 years after the events of this game. Let me just double check. When does Battletech video game take place? .3025, so in about 3050, the clans come back, and they come to try and claim Terra. So you can break a coat, no problem. All right, okay, the distance should be good. Just hold on a second, and surprise! Gang, what was that? Castle Nautilus. Yeah, when I saw that the Taurians were going to take it away from us, I planted a couple of demo charges in the armory, right next to the ammunition dump. That rumble you just felt was 1,000 tons of high explosive cooking off at once. I didn't even think of that, Johnny, but you're right. Everybody talks the same way when they're looking for something. You destroyed it. An SLDF castle full of priceless technology. Gone. I wasn't about to let the Taurians have it. They're shooting at us, remember? Yes, Mr. Virtaean. Sorry. Virtanen. Virtanen, of course, you're right. It had to be done. What is this? An enforcer? Yeah, this level almost certainly is the okay. You know what? We've put you through a little bit. Now you just get to play with the awesome mechs for a little while, unless something like super awful is about to happen to me. But huh? Lost its nerve. Maybe not.
I'm taking structural damage.
Commander? Affirmative.
So I'm gonna be cooking a bit in this thing, but gonna have to live with this.
Firing. Target's taking a critical hit.
My Highlander mocks you.
Standing by.
Okay, so this Black Knight needs a bit of a cooldown anyway, so we're just gonna run in and smooch the Jenner.
Mech destroyed.
Losing lots of armor. I'm here.
You'll get your revenge. Calm down, lady. Okay, those aren't great odds. These are substantially better.
Roger.
So on this one, we'll spread the love. I'm pretty sure it's just the LRM. Alright. So yeah, this Gauss rifle. What's the deal with this Gauss rifle? I don't know why it gives the 5. Let's find out.
Multiple targets confirmed. You have my attention.
Alright.
Sounds good.
Finally, we get to see this badass in action. Yeah, well, I mean, this is like the Atlas is one of my favorites, and the whole point on this of the Atlas is both that the design looks terrifying as well as it being an incredibly formidable mech. So in this case, this is going to be the first time I get to just completely let loose with an Atlas. I mean, for God's sake, it's a mech with a giant skull painted on the front of it. I think you pretty much get the idea of what this thing is supposed to be like. So hopefully it'll pay off. If nothing else, we'll knock the Enforcer over, but.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I don't think he's surviving that.
Run, Lady Arano. Run as far as you can. I will find you all the same.
Receiving you.
I don't normally like doing a move like this, but so we'll just do the called shot in the center.
Firing all weapons. Enemy down.
So these strikers can cause me some problems with the stability damage, but I think we should be able to survive whatever they throw at us.
I'm taking heavy hits, Commander.
Alright, Canola.
Receiving you. Coordinates received.
We let him cool down because he punched the Jenner, so he should be able to spread the love amongst the two vehicles. I also have targeted strikes that I can do if it comes down to it, but... Okay, so let's do... long-range stuff. Oh wow, so I can target both. Yeah, we'll divide it this way.
I copy.
I was really hoping I'd be able to finish... Oh, good. We got it.
Reporting. Vehicle destroyed.
So you'll notice that some of these weapons look quite different. So some of the things that we've got are pulse lasers. The theory behind the pulse laser is that it pulses. And so the idea is that it gives armor time to melt off between laser hits rather than just being this one constant beam which is going to have to work through the armor. The pulse laser will let the armor sort of melt away and then it'll resume its attack. And again, that's a technology which was lost.
I'll make it happen.
But because we've gone to this planet to try and find some of this this old technology, we now have access to it. This is Lady Arano of the to the ARS Delphinus. Captain Grigas, do you read me? Lady Arano, thank the gods. We've got a visual on you and your lance. Get your people on board and we'll get you out of here. Thank you, Captain. Wait, what was that?
I told you you would die here. Say goodbye to your ride home.
Oh, shit. Incoming!
Position confirmed.
That was an unmanned support ship, you animal! There's no need for you to target it. Tell that to the crew of the New Grange. How do you know about that? Ostergaard, answer me! Cut the line. What's the status of the Leopard, Doc? Docking clamps are still locked down tight, but I've opened the doors to engineering. We can manually disengage the clamps from there. I'll go prep her for takeoff. Darius, I'll need your help with the clamps. Yeah, I'm on it. Lady Arano, I suggest that you head deeper into the valley. They'll have a harder time targeting you with their artillery in there. Keep your eyes on the sky. Mayor will be on her way directly. Oh, cool. Alright, where's the secondary landing zone? Ah, so the exact opposite of where we were going. Cool.
Move order received.
Move order received.
Acknowledged.
Highlander.
Moving.
Highlander really needs to get out of there.
Understood.
Roger.
Copy.
My forces are closing in on you, Lady Urano. Your time is running out.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I be trying the discount Clint Eastwood here?
Jump it.
All right, so we're up against a Griffin and a Vindicator. So in this case, the Vindicator isn't entrenched, so we're going to go for the heavier hits. And let's just go for the meat.
Roger.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so I can... Again, the Griffin's entrenched, so I'm not too excited about my options here. I might reserve. Yeah. See what happens. Oh, it wouldn't look badass. I'm just trying to emulate the guy's voice.
Aye, aye.
You were the one to destroy the New Grange, Lady Karana. Lady Arano. I'm coming for you. I think that's how the guy sounds. Not Eastwood, the guy in the game.
Roger that.
So I didn't want to target this guy because he's got like his brace, but I gotta use my mechs for something. So.
Standing by.
Oh, I'm surprised. Oh yeah, that's right. She's got so she's got missiles. God, this is a tough call. So if I sprint, that doesn't really get me that much further. I think I'm still sprinting though. We need to get to the landing site.
Top speed.
Yes, this is the top speed of an Atlas. This, by the way, is the way you beat an Atlas because they cannot move. How did Clint talk to the chair?
Got incoming assault.
Ah, crap.
Just another obstacle to overcome. For the restoration.
Standing by.
Alright, Highlanders usually perform, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get them in the... where I need them right now. Okay, that's fine. We'll jump. We'll throw some...
What are you talking about, Ragnus? This is my normal speaking voice.
Roger.
You have summoned me.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, I definitely want to jump jet this guy. I want to see how close into the fight I want him. Yeah, that'll work.
Roger that.
Question is, do I want to try and leg the Zeus, or do I want to try and do something to Griffin? You know what? I don't like the way that Zeus is looking at me.
Confirm.
Yes, Commander. Confirmed.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to throw as much with the Black Knight this time around, but that's fine. Big thing is if I can knock down this Zeus this turn. I do kind of like the whoop 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 noise the pulse laser makes. Okay, I need to get that Griffin to safety. I might be able to get him to do some
They've blown past my armor.
behind
Yes,
stuff.
I hear you.
Oh, this will be ugly. Okay, we can make this work.
I'm on it. Confirmed.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's some serious firepower coming in here.
Armor breach. Enter. Aye, aye.
Okay, good. We knocked him down!
Got past the armor.
Oh, he's still unsteady. Ah, damn it. Man! Alright, this is gonna be a very tough fight.
I'm gonna need a medic. Commander, I've lost.
I will rain fire on your lance and smile as it burns.
All right, I wanted to try a DFA, but he's not gonna be able to survive one of those. So I wonder, does it say how much damage I take? No. Oh, good lord! I actually just lost all of my. I just lost all of my weapons with that. So.
Jumping.
Go ahead and run, Lady Kamea. You won't get far. I volunteered for this shit assignment, so I got
I knocked myself down.
When I catch you, I will make you pay for the death of my son.
I'm not putting a really high survival chance on that Griffin, but we'll do our best. Also, it's not lost on me that that guy just said that we killed his son, so.
Orders.
All right, we got to protect the
On the move.
the fallen Griffin. Okay, at this point, I'm just gonna try and topple the Zeus. So.
Multiple targets confirmed.
Good. And again, I'm just doing whatever damage I can on the Battlemaster right now. I didn't want him standing up. Okay, so I think first thing I'm going to do is see what Kamea can deliver, and then we follow up with Highlander. Still no direct line on the bad guys.
I'm on the move.
So at this point, an LRM on the Griffin seems to be a good option. Good, we got him knocked down. Reynard, I'm so sorry. What was? Oh no, they're still going for the fresh mechs. My Griffin may actually survive.
I'm hit.
All right.
Standing by.
Again, Highlander's got to move up. In this case, we're going to try and take out the Zeus.
Attacking from position.
Nice.
Tango down.
The awesome is the scary version of the dragon, Johnny.
They've blown past my armor.
Son was aboard the New Grange, wasn't he? That's what this is about? He was the captain of the New Grange. You spoke with him. I listened to his flight recorder. I heard you order his death. If that is the truth, then you know that I asked him to stand down. He was under orders. He couldn't stand down. But even if he could, do you think it would matter? He was my son. Nothing you can say or do can make this right. The only restitution I will accept is your death. And so, Lady Orano, I am coming for you. Pray that your uncle's soldiers reach you before I do.
Orders.
Get up!
Regain stance, Commander.
It would be amazing to do another DFA, but I am just asking for a world of hurt if I do that. So instead, I'm just going to do a standard move.
Move into position. Damn it. My mech is limping.
Yeah, that's because I DFA'd on a broken leg.
I got an armor breach.
Standing by.
God, it's really tempting to go after that Battle Master like that, but again, I need to prioritize. Oh, you know what? This just saved me. Coolant vent.
Heading out.
So my evasion's not going to be great. This might give me some opportunities here. This Griffin is not a threat right now. The Battlemaster is. Griffin basically just has an LRM to its name. Now it's going to be tough because it's going to be like running in and doing melee attacks. But we'll be able to work. We'll be able to work with this.
That shot went internal.
Okay.
I'm here.
Definitely starting to feel nervous about my Highlander. This isn't ideal, but this will give me.
Copy that.
This will give me a much needed shot on the Battlemaster. Okay, so target A and Vindicator's target B. And it's an alpha strike. Let her rip.
Confirmed.
In the tabletop game, the model for the Battlemaster looks really cool. Or at least the old model. I don't know if they've done an updated one. If Kamea can get a good LRM bout on the Battlemaster, we might be able to knock it down.
Internal structure damage. The bad kind.
Ooh. He paid a pretty high cost for that. Okay. We got some possibilities here. It's basically a fresh Atlas. Doesn't have a lot for its movement. It's got something. Oh, sorry, Ragnus, you were curious about the different classes. So, in this case, Kamea has got a high tactics, which gives her the ability to do sensor locks that lowers sort of the evasion of certain mechs. And then she's also got multi-target, which is very helpful in this case. So what I'm using her multi-target for is to target this Battlemaster, which is kind of a priority target for me right now. Just want to double check that there's nothing else I can do to the Vindicator. So one thing that I want to try and do is focus on this Battlemaster right now. Now, it's not quite as scary as it normally would be because its heat is so high. In fact, I was running into the same problem with this Black Knight, but that Black Knight had a special ability to sort of lower its heat output for a brief period of time. And I'm going to be paying back that debt in a little bit. But right now, with Kamea's particular abilities, I'm going to be doing as much damage as I can on this Battlemaster, which is sort of a high priority target. But I'm also going to be directing some of that LRM fire on the Vindicator, because the idea with Cherubids is going to be to try and run in and do a melee attack on this Vindicator here. Have I watched any good movies lately? I watched Wag the Dog again. No particular reason. I haven't seen anything recent recently. I've been watching some older movies. I have a feeling this is all going to come down to the Awesome versus the Atlas. Yeah, my Black Knight is shockingly still alive.
Good to go. On it.
Never heard of that movie? Oh, it's a good one. So this is about basically it's about a team that works for the president that fakes a war to divert from a scandal.
Barely scratched my armor.
Aye, aye.
All right. So this is vigilance, bro. Well, it's a very interesting tactic. Yeah, so the question here is, like, so the advantage to this is that I stand and deliver on the Battlemaster. I clear out my my heat. And the real drawback to this one is that I leave myself open to retaliation. I would love to go and like do a melee attack on the Battlemaster. I just don't think I have it in me. So here we're gonna open up as much as we can. Oh, that's too much heat. This was not a good choice. I should have committed. Anyway, we're stuck with it now, so no, we're still on track for an overheat. I wonder. Yeah, there's no way I can make that work. Okay. So we'll focus the Battlemaster. I definitely want to have at least the PPC go because we might be able to knock it over. The rest is just going to be to do some chip damage on the Awesome.
Roger that.
Well, we got the arm.
Scored a critical hit.
Okay, Vindicator's getting out of melee range. That was actually pretty smart because that
shot went internal.
removed its evasion.
Standing by.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's an old one, but it holds up. All right. So the real question here is how I want to divide my attention between the Awesome and the Battlemaster. Let's say, okay, so definitely missiles on the... Oh, normally missiles would be going on the Battlemaster, but I don't want to lower my chances of hitting. Yeah, I like that.
Here we go.
Even if we soften up the Awesome, it just means that Kamea has an easier time with it when the fight comes. Oh!
Battlemech power-up detected.
You have my attention.
Oh,
I'm on my
Again,
way.
standard move for the Atlas. Just keep going up the middle. Ignore the bullets. Deliver the pain. Okay. Don't overheat. So we'll turn off the pulse lasers for... Oh, wow. Those things create some excitement. Okay. So we'll drop the LRMs on the Awesome. SRMs on the Battle... Oh, right. The Battlemaster doesn't have the same knockdown potential. So we'll give him a little bit of pulse love. Yeah, I actually really don't like how I'm dividing my attention this way, but it kind of works in this scenario.
Splitting fire.
So yeah, Johnny, I fully expect you to come up with a dragon equivalent for the Atlas, because the Atlas is amazing. Alright, the Griffin might get a chance to be a hero by running around the edge and punching the awesome in the back.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, we gotta wait for the perfect time. That was going to punch the Atlas. This might actually be a time the Atlas wants to punch back. Ooh, they're focusing it down.
Armor holding.
Okay, I think we're gonna have a lot of mono and mono.
Receiving you.
All right, you know what? I think the time has come for some. I'm gonna do the vigilance just to be safe. We're gonna punch the awesome in the face.
Putting my weight into it.
Ooh, that hit something good. Ah, one of its PPC's down. All right, that is very good.
Ready.
I might lose this mech doing this, but it is so bloody tempting. Now, slow and steady. Oh, don't worry, Johnny. The Atlas punch is coming. Was he going to go for a shot from behind? He's going for a shot on Kamea.
I'm taking serious damage.
All right.
Tell me what you need.
Atlas
Closing into melee range.
punch. Kamea, you suck at this. That's twice that's failed. All right.
Let's move.
Let's punch the Vindicator.
Scored a critical hit.
All right, let's see what the cost to that is. You know what? The armor's fresh there. I can live with that.
Oh, they don't like me at all.
Ready for orders.
Now, we're still going for the physical attack.
Moving out.
I'm not crazy about this choice, but might be able to do something with knocking him over. Let's reserve Reynard.
Standing by. Holding.
I'm being flanked.
Okay, still holding, which is good.
Reporting. Internal
He has
damage.
like no armor left. But it's better than what I'm up against. So everybody basically gets their own move right now. So we'll start with the Highlander.
Follow me to victory. Target destroyed.
Okay, I am actually I don't know I think this is B. So the thing is, I actually think this might be enough to kill this guy. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter because he's not close enough.
Acknowledge.
I really wanted to see if a DFA would, like, wipe this guy out or not.
Standing by.
So Kamea can turn around on the Griffin, or she can deliver Oh, this is even better. Nope, it's not. I gotta pick one. That can only hit me with an LRM-10. So we are going to deliver. We'll deliver the pain on the awesome. Right in the flesh.
All weapons locked on.
Yeah, we did not need the rest of those weapons at all.
Hostile unit down. For the Aurigan people.
He's running away.
Waiting for orders.
Get back here.
Waiting for orders. Position confirmed.
Standing by. Here we go.
So the reason I wanted to focus on that leg is when he gets knocked down, Kamea is going to be able to target him as well. So as much as I want to do an Atlas punch,
Yes, I hear you.
the Atlas moves too slow.
Target confirmed.
You know, I should probably just leave it to the AC-20 at this point.
Target eliminated. I'm moving out.
Copy that.
Copy that.
Copy that.
Moving to position.
Coordinates received.
Kamea will be the good leader and make sure everybody is in safety before she leaves.
Aye, aye. On my way. Acknowledged.
Commander.
Location confirmed.
I've got you, Lady Arano. Setting a return course to the Argo. We need to fall back to restoration space while we still can. Thank you, Miss Mare. And you, Commander. You've saved my life. Both of you. I wouldn't be too sure about that. If the Taurians, my people, are on the Directorate side, I don't know if any of us will ever be safe again.
Mission successful.
Okay, I gotta hear this story from Johnny, so I don't know if the text version of that story will work. It was the way the guy said help as he was walking down the stairs with all the luggage. That was the funny part. And then we got to the bottom of the stairs and people tried to take some luggage from him. He said, "Don't touch me!" All right. So for those of you who, I don't know how many of you remember the that cinematic of Kamea first seeing the the Star League era mechs, but one thing that Battletech did really well. Actually, I'm going to take a quick minute to go to the bathroom. It'll be very quick, but one thing that was really good about Battletech is The score by
Peggy
John.
12.
Whoa! I'm not ready for you yet. But yeah, so the score for BattleTech is really well done, and John Everest did a really good choice about for this one, where it's very orchestral. It doesn't mean that, you know, not every song is very calm, but the obvious choice for the obvious choice for mech games like this is a little bit like Doom. Like, you kind of expect there to be heavy metal music, right? It's what you do when there are big mechs, large Mechwarriors running around and whatnot. And they did a really good job of restraining it. But the most recent DLC, and again, this is the one that I was given the press key for, is called Heavy Metal. And obviously, there's a certain expectation that comes with a title like that. So I'm going to be back. It'll just be a second, and then I will show you. I don't know how many of you have seen the announced... Actually, here, while I'm away in chat, let me know if you've seen the announced trailer for Heavy Metal. And I will be back momentarily. Okay, so it seems like most people have not, so I'm going to turn up the audio for the trailer. So this is the most recent DLC. I think this is a really well done announced trailer. And I'll try and explain the significance behind it, but we're talking about the art style, and again, I think this is a decent way of introducing something new for Battletech.
Peggy 12.
So, you might think that that's a very generic trailer. There's a couple things that really work well for that, for me. Number one, it's, I think, the first time you've ever actually heard electric guitars in a Battletech soundtrack. So the restraint in the soundtrack's really great. There's another thing about this. Again, keep in mind that this is, in probably, I think, one of the most familiar formulations of Battletech is as a nerdy tabletop game for people. And so part of this game is gaining a certain familiarity or like knowing the mechs. So knowing the... and yeah, when I say generic, I really just mean is like, if you don't know a lot about Battletech, this might not necessarily get too much of your attention. But there's a few little details. So, for instance, one of the things about Battletech is the different mechs. Because again, like the tabletop game is all about like getting little models and painting them and, you know, playing out scenarios and whatnot. And so one of the natural things that emerges out of this game is, you know, familiarity, right? So, you know, and you can see this right away. So when I get the Highlander mech, and I explain to you the Highlander Burial, you know, that it's a large mech with jump jets and that an actual strategy for this particular mech is to fly up in the air and literally bury the target of that maneuver. And the very first thing I do is a Highlander Burial that successfully one-shots another mech. It's more than just a game mechanic. It's the sort of thing you can get really excited about. So, these were the mechs that were added inside of this new DLC. Again, one of the natural things that you can do with DLC is not just add new battlefields, but add some of the mechs that weren't inside of the game. So the Flea, the Vulcan, the Assassin, Phoenix Hawk. I don't remember what the RPL. ANH is the Annihilator. And you can see sort of the tonnage and whatnot. But one of the things that is fun about this one is Null. So, you know, what is Null? It's like new designation, bull shark accepted. So the build up to this trailer is not just showing you the new mechs that you get, but it's actually the introduction. The bull shark is a mech that has not existed in the Battletech world before, that they brought in a new mech from the people who made the original tabletop game, and that was sort of the big highlight moment. So you get all the electric guitars. Basically, the mech that turns on the lights, we'll do it again. Keep in mind now that the intended audience for this is probably familiar with what mechs are available, and that this is the very first time that they've introduced a brand new mech which has not been in any Battletech game before. And yes, I'm really looking forward to firing that cannon that's on its back. So anyways, I think this is one of the reasons why Paradox is a really good fit for this game, because you know, if you want to really throw yourself into the world behind this game, there's so much stuff to get excited about. Anyways, excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So definitely some repairs that we're going to be doing. The Black Knight lost medium laser, large pulse, medium laser, heatsink, double heatsink. So the large pulse and the double heatsinks are probably going to be something I can't replace rather. The ERPPC, that's something that's a big shame that I lost. And that's the reason I couldn't do the SRM, because all my SRM ammo was in my left torso. So yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of repairs. Of course, the big thing with these folks, I don't believe I get to keep any of them, so that's fine. Okay, I get to pick some things. Okay, let's go for the heavies. I can finish off an Enforcer. So what is an Enforcer? Enforcer, 4R models combine hefty power of an autocannon and a massive laser to the mobility of jump jets. A deadly combination, able to engage at medium, long, all the way to point-blank range. These mechs are flexible and surprising in combat. See, they keep saying that about them, and then I always find out that they're kind of disappointing. Oh yeah, let's add a zoo. Okay, so we're going pure mech parts here. That's 11 million C-bills worth of scrap. And okay, so total haul: awesome Battlemaster Enforcer, extra Griffin part, extra Jenna part. We've completed another Panther, another Shadowhawk part. We already had the Zeus that we picked. Autocannon 5, LRM 10, medium laser, PPC, SRM 2, a handful of heat sinks, and some SRM ammo. Now we're getting close to the end of the stream, but we'll probably have another. We'll probably have one more mission in us. Johnny, have I convinced you to play this game yet? There's a multiplayer option.
This isn't over, Lady Arano. I will find you. And my son will be avenged. Pray that your uncle's soldiers reach you before I do.
You already said that. Damage report. In orbit, R2. Alright, that was a nightmare, but I think we're finally through it. I've quarantined the Lacura in a secondary storage, and I've shut down the drive. It can't hurt us anymore. Excuse me, Doc. The what? The malicious code from Nautilus. That's what I'm calling it now. The Lacura. Like Lady Arano's story. It needed a name, and it seemed as appropriate as anything else. Any objections? I don't care what we call it, Doc. I just want to know what we're going to do with it. What we're going to do is leave it alone. Secondary storage is now officially off limits. That means no more Star League maps, no more hidden archive, nothing. Just put some yellow tape around it if you need to. Whatever you have to do to remind yourselves, just don't touch it. So Star League maps. Star League from 75... I know we've read this before, but for the benefit... it seems there's a few people who aren't familiar with Battletech here, so I'm going to read out some of the background. So Star League from 2570 to 2780, the Star League was an interstellar council formed from the Terran hegemony, the 5 great houses of the inner sphere, and the territorial states of the periphery. The stability and prosperity of the Star League led to the flourishing of civilization and technology. The Star League ended in civil war when the leader of the Rimworld's Republic, Stefan Amiris, murdered the First Lord in a bid to usurp his position. You asked this earlier, but you're still streaming regular. I am. So my start time is 7 to 8 Eastern time. So I give myself that hour just in case I need to sort of prepare something or just generally kind of get myself sorted out. Generally Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Pre-recorded stream on Tuesday. This Wednesday will be an exception because I'm going to be attending the Dirty Rectangles meetup. So that's a local game dev collective that I like to participate in. And Friday I'm going to be trying, if I can, to do 6 Ages. But yeah, other than that, still regular Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, pre-recorded streams, and then if I can, I get streams of opportunity. And so over the Christmas holidays, I did like a stream like every day over the holidays, and we went through Far Cry 3. Nobody will touch anything, or they'll have me to answer to. Sumaira was right. The entire Sorry episode was a terrible mistake. We're still alive, Lady Arano. We even recovered a few battle mechs. I'm calling that a win. I don't know if I've gone that far, but I'm glad we're still breathing. Are you sure the rest of the Argo systems are secure, Farah? I mean, really sure? If they weren't, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm about 90% certain that the code was trying to detonate our fuel reserves. If it was still doing damage, the Argo would probably have exploded by now. This Lacura, this code, what the hell is it? It's a research project, I think. Some kind of experiment. The file was housed in a research archive labeled SDSM-2. It seems to have something to do with an old space defense program that used robot drones to shoot down warships. Warship. Lost Tech. Enormous, heavily armed military vessels equipped with both transit drives for moving through normal space and compact Kearney-Fushida drives for FTL travel. And the height of the Star League, great fleets of warships ruled the stars. Today, they are considered functionally extinct. Oh, yes, this is one of the things I was saying earlier. So one of the things that's sort of interesting about the way that Harebrained Schemes has handled these properties by keeping them the same and sort of accepting that there'll be a few anachronisms, but this is the setting that people have gotten interested in. So Kearney and Fushida are, I believe those are the co-authors of ultimately what became the fundamental research behind warp technology. And so in the lore of Battletech, the papers that they published that ultimately enabled interstellar travel, which didn't happen until, I believe, the 22nd century, but the sort of fundamental research apparently was published in 2018. So we're 2 years in on, well, probably a year and a half in on sort of having the knowledge that would ultimately become enable interstellar travel, although it had not yet been sort of proven or not. Again, Sarna.net is pretty good for compiling all this stuff if you want to nerd out on it. Anyways, I know it sounds ridiculous, like some kind of periphery campfire story, but it's the best I've got to go on. From what I can put together, they were researching something that'd gone wrong with the drones, the M2 models. It seems that there was an accident and the drones malfunctioned and they killed a lot of people. Scientists at Nautilus were tearing the code apart, trying to isolate what had happened until they stopped for some reason, sealed up the whole archive in quarantine and never touched it again. That's the best I can give you. Like I said, I don't have a complete picture. There were hundreds of variants of the file sealed away in the Nautilus memory core, and I only opened the one. And all things considered, that's probably for the best. I don't like the idea of keeping this code on the ship. Can't you delete it? With respect, Commander, that wouldn't be a very good idea. To delete the code, I'd need to boot up the drive. Far safer just leave it powered down. I've air-gapped it from the rest of the ship's systems, so it should be perfectly safe. Could we physically destroy it by slagging the drive? I mean, I'm not doing anything right now, and I know where the rifles are kept. I can nip this thing in the bud in about 30 seconds. I wouldn't recommend it. In the unlikely event that I miss something, I may need to re-examine the Locura, and I can't do that if you slag the drive. This is a worst-case scenario, mind you. I'd strongly prefer it if I never had to look at that godforsaken code again. But we shouldn't just throw it away. I kind of feel like they could have just gone by with Yang's, like, I could slag the thing and not have to do... This almost strikes me as there was like a meeting of the writers. It's like, wait a minute, you know, you gave this reason, but could we do this instead? And they like work through all the reasons. Like, I just need the one reason. It's like, I accept that we can't get rid of the code. All right, you heard the doc. Hands off secondary storage. Let's move on. We have other problems to discuss. Yeah, like the fact that we're fighting the Taurians now? Sure, let's talk about that. How the hell did that happen? I mean, I get that we killed the Commodore's son, but people die every day. Nations usually don't go to war over them. I think the director has been in bed with the Taurians for a while now, Yang. That's where the weapons have been coming from. If the ships like the New Grange have been running weapons to the Directorate since our victory on Weldry, and the New Grange is a Taurian vessel, it stands to reason that Espinosa and Protector Calderon have been doing business on the sly ever since the war started. Protector Thomas Calderon, born 2984. Thomas Calderon succeeded his mother Zarantha Calderon as Protector of the Taurian Concordant in 3017. House Calderon leaders are known for their pragmatism and sound judgment. Thomas is no exception. Ragnus was playing Stellaris today, and it sounded similar. Never looked into more about the details of these games set in space. Oh, as FT as a technology created for the Battletech lore. So faster than light travel, I mean, that would be something that's sort of... I think that's kind of standard in a lot of science fiction, because obviously colonizing interstellar space... There's the possibilities of it. It's actually kind of interesting to see a few different ideas of it. So some people have these ideas of these generational ships that don't necessarily travel faster than light. And instead what happens is generations of people live in space, and ultimately their descendants arrive at whatever the destination planet is. Other ones try to come up with some sort of, some sort of rationale for being able to travel the distances that would be required in order to colonize space. There's, so John, actually I lied. It's not movies, but there's a TV show that Johnny brought to my attention called Love, Death, and Robots. And there is a short story called Beyond the Aquila Rift. And that one's kind of interesting. I actually kind of prefer the short story. The short film is good. It just has some really weird choices in terms of what it spends its screen time on. And there's some details in the story that actually make it a little more interesting. But the idea of Behind the Aquila Rift is that they actually wound up in this effectively lost. That it's a point so far off of maps that they've been in hibernation, and by the time that they find themselves beyond the Aquila Rift, they know that basically 100 years have passed, and that if they want to go back, that another 100 years will pass. So effectively, everyone that they know is gone. And again, that's another interesting idea in terms of, faster than light. Well, so the idea here is that it's not necessarily, it's not the sort of thing where it's not like driving a car. Like in this case, you're putting a meaningful amount of your life away dedicated to travel. I mean, this is obviously where it becomes really interesting because you can sort of compare it to the age of exploration. In the lore of Battletech, sort of the most recent events are something known as the Dark Age. So the communication system that relies on being able to send signals faster than ships can move has gone down. And so as a result, the only kind of communication that is happening is people who are physically going between locations and telling people what's happened, which obviously leads to a very different organization of society than if you're able to have instantaneous communication. So what's interesting about Battletech is Battletech sort of makes a decision in terms of how this world is structured and what the politics of it is. So again, you've got, most stories like this will have one similar theme. So a really common thing that you'll see in a lot of fantasy and science fiction stories will be things along the lines of, the breakup of the Roman Empire. And that's sort of the source material, and then they go off on these really neat and crazy splinters. Stellaris takes a very different approach to science fiction, and Stellaris does have its own sort of lore. So if you watch the trailers for Stellaris, you'll actually see that there's a bunch of different factions and sort of an official story that they've got going on in the background. The whole point of Stellaris is actually that you can basically make any science fiction that you want. If there's a science fiction story that you liked, if it was Isaac Asimov, if it was Ursula Le Guin, if it's Battletech, you can definitely do something that resembles Battletech or Warhammer 40k. Battletech, what they need to do is they need to introduce you to the world. They need to explain why humanity has gone across the stars. They need to explain why people are fighting each other. This particular story here is that you're a mercenary. You were protecting Lady Urano on the day that her uncle betrayed her. You fell in with this mercenary company who sort of pulled you off the planet before you were captured, and ultimately Lady Urano survived and has hired you to reclaim her throne. So in this case here, it sort of, if you want to know the full details of the Battletech story, you can mouse over some of the lore bits, and there's a nice little opening cinematic. But basically, you need to actually do a bit of work to understand exactly the dynamics of the world that you're in. Stellaris doesn't do that. Stellaris doesn't have an opening crawl like Star Wars and explains, it's a time of civil war, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, blah, 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 blah. This big, dude with a black cape is evil, and this guy, who looks like a space hairdresser is the good guy, and there's the Force, and blah, 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 blah. So it's a neat choice because in the end, I always like saying that Stellaris is kind of the canvas on which you'll tell whatever science fiction story interests you. And if you don't really have any ideas, the game provides you some. There's no shortage of pre-built species. But the big appeal to me about Stellaris was the fact that I basically get to build my own science fiction story through the strategy. So. Yeah, exactly. This is the neat thing. So obviously it's a world in which you have 110 war machines, the most fearsome that have ever been produced. But what's interesting is that the most high-tech part of this civilization is in the past, and what you are working with instead are the scraps. So you basically describe Battletech as pretty much lifted from the world building of Dune wholesale. Actually, that's not a terrible way of putting it. I don't know about the giant robots or that. I've not read Dune. I think I've read the first book. I don't know about the rest of it. But you're right. Noble houses fighting is obviously a huge thing behind Dune. So, anyways. Commander, right now the why of it doesn't matter. The Taurians have just declared war on the Restoration, and that changes everything. Alexander, I need you to contact Lady Centrala and arrange a war council. Maybe she can help dig ourselves out of this. I'll need you there as well, Commander. Be ready to set a course for Weldery. Lady Centrala, born 2984. Anna Maria Centrala is the very image of Canopian elite, an elegant figure, witty and charming, with a subtle mastery of social politics. Roger that, Lady Urano. When we hear from you, we'll come running. Good. In the meantime, I must return to our people. In the face of the Taurian war machine, I fear that our systems may begin to abandon us. The founding houses that we've already liberated need to see that our cause isn't lost. You sure about that? Because from where I'm standing, things aren't looking good. I will find a way out of this, Mr. Virtanen. I swear on it on my father's name. All right. Thanks for your help on R2. I offer you the Star League. In thanks for your help on R2, I offer you the Star League era Highlander, Beefeater. May it carry you to victory in the days to come.
That mech you asked for is cleared for fighting.
New mech acquired. Highlander HGN 732B. The Highlander 732B is an ancient model from the Star League days. Its Gauss rifle was a terrifying weapon that gave it a huge punch at most any range. But you can't find those anymore. And of course, it still has the jump capability it's always been known for. Directorate Space. We're deep in Directorate Space, Commander. There won't be any work for us out here, so we'll need to plot a course back to the Restoration. Come to navigation when you're ready. Oh, interesting. So this makes the navigation system explicit if you haven't used it yet. Okay, so, the question is, what do I want to replace if I'm going to put the Highlander in? So I'm kind of tempted to replace the Dragon, but I don't think Johnny would forgive me if I did that. Ooh, Okay, so let's go through the reasoning for all of these. Blackjack 1 is sort of my default main character mech. Blackjack 1DB is a little cooler running... Excuse me. For Laser Vomit. Vindicator is sort of Glitch's mastery. Shadowhawk is for Behemoth, although Behemoth is now usually riding the Victor. Phoenix Hawk is my scout. It's effectively my light mech. Trebuchet is my only missile boat right now. Now the Jenner was also originally for a scout. Thing is, it's the only light mech in my lineup, and I feel like I should at least have one of those on standby. Now the Dragon, I actually don't have a really good argument for including right now, which is why I kind of want to replace it with the Highlander, but I also want to double check that I haven't messed up its loadout. The Hunchback's got the AC-20, so I kind of want to keep that. Centurion has got the AC-10 and a good AC-10, and the Quick Draw and the Victor are the heavies. So, think you're gonna head to bed. Great to see you again. Good night, all. Thanks for stopping by again, Ragnus. I'm assuming you must be back for classes. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna replace this Blackjack for now. All right, the Enforcer 4R models combine the hefty power of an autocannon and a massive laser with mobility of jump jets. Deadly combination, able to engage at medium, long, all the way to point-blank range. These mechs are flexible and surprising in combat. Panther PNT 9R. The Panther 9Rs are solid all-round mechs, if a bit on the slow side. They make for up for it with jump jets, considerable armor, and a hefty punch from their trademark PPC. They've even been used in physical slugging matches to good effect. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I have enough information to be able to say what I want to put the Enforcer in place. Like, I kind of like all of the mechs that are on the deck right now. The Dragon and the Centurion are the ones that I don't... Or, sorry, Dragon, Centurion, and Quick Draw are the ones that I don't have, like, really solid understanding of. But I think we're going to put that away from now. Okay, First thing I'm going to do here is... Okay, so we'll save for C. So I think, as said, won't be any contracts inside here. I mean, not that. I wonder if this is a bug. Because that was happening before we went to this mission. I know I kind of ran out. I said I had like 15 minutes ago. I am going to try and do one more mission. At the very least, we'll set ourselves up for the next one. And I know it's like, it wouldn't be a bad time for me to stop because we sort of had a few people file out. But I'll see if I can get at least one more mission in. Huh. Okay. So I think we still have a ++ AC2. I hope we do. Nope. So do I want to put the ++ on this? Yeah. This is my main guy. Although I should be considering whether or not I want Beefeater in a mech like this anymore, because we can take out the comm system and put it into another mech that might be more appropriate.
On it. I'll let you know when that's done.
Vindicator's just a simple repair job. Same with Victor. Okay, now while I'm at it, let's just take a quick look at the dragon. And I want to see whether or not I've actually built the dragon the way that it's supposed to. Yeah, it's an AC5. Interesting. So the Dragon 1N is a beefy machine that can take serious beating, but tends to be a bit light on weaponry. It moves fast for a heavy mech, though, which makes it well suited to closing for melee attacks against slower targets. So there is an argument for it. It's just not... Like, there are better mechs, I think, is basically the story out of that one. Why do you like this mech so much, Johnny? I can't make it work. I really want to replace this. I mean, it does have the AC5++, which is nice, but... So if I had to replace the dragon... we've got a fire starter, we've got 2 panthers, we've got a javelin... we have got 2 spiders, got a commando, we've got a fleas are neat. Got a locust, and actually we've got 3 locusts. Griffin. We've got a spare Shadow Hawk. We've got a Wolverine. Wolverine 6Rs are fairly flexible in terms of weaponry ranges, tending somewhat more towards closer engagements. This is supported by their jump capability and pretty decent heat management. So this would allow me to move a little bit faster than the Dragon in terms of initiative. And really, it's only like a 5-ton difference. We've already got a Centurion, so we know about that. We've got the Enforcer 4R models combine the hefty power of an autocannon and massive laser with the mobility of jump jets. A deadly combination, able to engage at medium, long, all the way to point-blank range. These mechs are flexible and surprising and complex. I do kind of want to try an Enforcer, to be honest. We already put away the Blackjack 1DB, so no surprises there. And then, in terms of heavy, so the most natural replacements for the Dragon, I actually don't have any. All of them are already in the bay, and then as far as assaults, similar story there. So, if I had to replace the Dragon, I'd want to either experiment with an Enforcer or a Wolverine, I think. Question is, how am I going to organize myself in such a way? Because I actually kind of want the rest of these mechs. But again, I need to figure out what I'm doing with my placement first. Let's go to navigate. Actually, while I'm at it, let's get some of our conversations in. So, it's good that you've come to me, Commander John. After what happened on R2 will change everything. You need to be prepared. Let's discuss the state of our war against the Directorate. The Taurian Concordat is fighting on the Directorate's behalf. That wasn't supposed to happen. It's our job to figure out how we're going to keep moving forward now that it has. I've sent coded messages to Lord Corrosis informing him of recent events and our suspicions regarding his son. I've recommended that he have Otto confined to the palace and placed under guard, for his own protection, mind. None of this is his fault. As far as the restoration is concerned, obviously we're in trouble, but I'm fairly confident that Lady Centrala will help us find a solution. That sounds like wishful thinking, I know, but House Centrala has a vested interest in our success. The last thing they want is a Taurian proxy expanding towards Canopian space. So that's what the Directorate appears, that's what the Directorate appears to have become. For our part, we move forward, no matter what, not out of pride, but because we have to. This war isn't some meaningless inner-sphere pissing contest. It's a struggle for the spirit of the Aurigan people. Surrender isn't an option, and neither is flight. We will find a way to prevail, because we have to. There is no other option.
Always a pleasure. You've got questions? I have answers.
Andre, always good to see you, especially in times as dark as these. Something I can do for you? How did our Mechwarriors handle the Lockura crisis? They did well, given the circumstances. Doc Murad put everybody on repair duty, each according to their abilities. Mechwarriors who know their way around a computer did spot checks on terminals throughout the ship, calling out hardware and software failures as they found them. Others went room to room with electrical kits and fire extinguishers, doing what they can to contain the physical damage. What kind of physical damage are we talking about? Blown out monitors, electrical fires, that kind of thing. We had lamps exploding all over the hab ring, so we have to get a cleanup crew on that. The biggest issue we had to deal with was a misfiring airlock. That was a nightmare, but we got it patched in the end. The crew's discipline hold up over the course of the crisis. Surprisingly well. Our people were out of their depth, but they were determined. They fought to right this ship like their lives depended on it. As much of a pain in the ass as they can be from time to time, our Mechwarriors love this ship, and they take pride in their company, and it shows. I got a little misty watching it, truth be told. Thanks for the update. Commend our Mechwarriors for their hard work. I will, Andre, and I'll let them know that the praise came directly from you. It'll mean a lot to them, believe me. I'm pretty sure I've already exhausted these, but I want to double check.
I'll see you.
I'll take a minute to stop by the memorial wall just so you can see the people. So first to fall was Decker. Second was Medusa. Cascade lasted all of 12 days. Grumpy managed a respectable 50 days. Spear lasted 2. And Motley actually had a really good run. Motley was with us for, is it like 273? Something like that.
Need something?
Hey boss, what happened down on R2? Well, that was a hell of a thing. Hell of a thing. You're on R2 surface. Want to talk about it? Guess, if you want. Wasn't exactly my favorite day on the job. To be perfectly honest, boss, I haven't stopped shaking since I got back. Don't know whether it's nerves or shock or what. What went down on R2 spooked the hell out of me. Don't tell the others. I'd run the man of action persona I've been cultivating, and besides, I don't want them to worry.
I'll be here if you need anything.
What you need?
Commander Chion, what's up? Give me a damage report. What's our condition? Can't tell you much. We're pretty beat up. Don't know how badly yet. I can say with some certainty that nothing critical has been damaged. We aren't going to explode tomorrow, so don't worry about that. But there's a lot more ambiguity on this ship than I'm comfortable with. Anyway, we should be safe enough for now. Like I said, the Lockura is sealed away on a powered-down computer and air gap from the rest of the ship, and that's how it's going to stay. If our experience on R2 taught me anything, it's that some things are better left alone.
Don't be a stranger, Commander.
So here we've got a bit more cash, so let's do a ship upgrade. Now the tricky part here is just trying to work out exactly what I want the upgrade path to be, because this is basically going to be a bullet that I can fire exactly once. So I'm always curious about the audio in the background. So Mech Bay, as much as I'm getting constrained on mechs, that's going to be my lowest priority upgrade. And the reason for that is having a full mech bay of extra mechs is going to be more of a liability. So the extra tech points will be nice, but not enough for me to like really want to keep running it forward. Now, the bonus 2 for machine shop and whatnot. Again, I need mech bay 3, so this is probably going to be the last upgrade. Med bay is definitely a high priority because one of the top difficulties I've had has been waiting for Mechwarriors to come back. For that, I need Gamma Pod. So that does make an argument. It is, of course, one that's immediately available to me as well. I think we said this one needed the mech bay. Yeah. I also think the training modules require the Gamma Pod. Yes. So, and I can see a really good argument for building up the training modules. Now, drive system, it's tempting. Obviously, reducing the travel time will ultimately help me in terms of, being able to take more jobs. But honestly, that's constrained by my ability to get my Mechwarriors back up and running. And I think this one, okay, Gamma Pod also is going to be what lets me do further upgrades. So in this case, I think Gamma Pod is the obvious choice. So the barracks supports up to 24 Mechwarriors. Gamma Pod is very much a blank slate, as its only internal support structures survived intact. Rebuilding the habitation decks of the pod still leaves plenty of space for other facilities. Commander, there are already half-dozen requests for new facilities on Gamma Pod, ranging from a swimming pool to a dropship-sized bouncy council. On a more practical note, we could also begin using Gamma Pod medical facilities. So it is 2.25 million C-bills, but we were at 5 million. Oh, Eyes of Sin, there's more story stuff, and I think Johnny can verify that I was giggling like a girl. I don't know why I say giggling like a girl, because guys can giggle too. What do I mean when I say giggling? I was tittering. I was definitely very bubbly over a move that I did on the last mission. I might show you the video at that.
How can I help, Commander?
The Argo is hosed. A bunch of Lord Corrosa's people are dead, and apparently we're at war with the Taurian Concordat. I wish I could say that it surprised me that this drop went to shit, but nope, not surprised at all. You know ships and you grew up in the Concordat. I need to know what we're up against. World of Hurt, Commander. A world of hurt. Commodore Ostergaard's command ship, the Iberia, is a Fortress-class dropship. They don't call them that for nothing. Do you have any idea how many weapons one of those things comes equipped with? First, there's the Long Tom 3 artillery cannon. You've already seen what it can do. If you somehow survive that, you've got 6 PPCs, 4 LRM-20s, 4 LRM-10s, and 8 large lasers to deal with. If, through some miraculous twist of fate, you manage to live through all of that, then the Fortress has 5 AC-5s, 6 SRM-6, 16 medium lasers, and a pair of AC-20s to murder you with. Long story short, Commander, nothing gets close to a Fortress and lives. It can run its guns all day long without overheating or running out of ammo, and it can obliterate any mech that you throw at it without breaking a sweat. Oh, and it also carries a full combined arms battalion of infantry, vehicles, and mechs. But I guess what I'm saying is, if the Iberia wants you dead, you're dead, and your only real option is to be where it isn't. End of story. I'm pretty sure I've already got her story. Yeah.
Commander?
Okay, yeah, this is it's red is the travel contract available. Somehow I don't think that's true. All right. we can probably handle 3 skull missions now, so, and this is probably the closest we can get. So that's 90 in 20 days. Yeah, so let's just go to the closest edge. Smithin' it is. Set a course to Smithin', Commander. Engines ready? Confirm.
Roger that, Commander. Course plotted.
Engines primed. All hands prepare for transition to thrust gravity.
So good news is everybody will be back in action in time for the next mission. Bad news is we are going to have to pay the bills.
Got a new financial report for you, Commander.
All right, so again, we're spending about $500,000 to maintain the company. I'm not going to go for the... So if I wanted to have maxed out morale, we could spend the extra $20,000 for the additional morale, but there's enough events that can happen that will that'll potentially push me over the edge. So I'm not going to try and max it out again. So the good news is everybody's back in the training sims, assuming that they're not maxed out.
Looks like we've arrived, Commander.
We've arrived at Smithin'. Alright, so let's see what our contracts are. So we've got Settling a Grudge for 2.5 skulls, and then the other 2 require travel. So it's tempting, but let's try and pay some of the bills while we're at this. So within the last 3 months, the Taurian Concordat has struck our facilities, personnel, and supply convoys over 6 times. My superiors in the Coalition leadership would like to even the score. We'd like to hire you and find a Taurian lance and destroy it, to demonstrate that we're not without military resources on Smithin'. Alright, so, and in this case we'll just do a standard division. So I'm going to try a few different things here. In this case, I still want to pilot the Victor. I still want somebody on the Victor, but in this case, I'm actually going to unexpectedly put Behemoth and the Dragon. Because she's now my best pilot. I'm going to put... I need a good gunner in the Victor, so let's put Zap in that. Huh. So we get like 1 person moving each turn. So then the other question now is, do I really want Beefeater in his Blackjack, or do I want to put him in something a little bit more exciting? So the description, so the Quick Draw 4Gs are among the fastest and most maneuverable heavy mechs with decent weaponry. They suffer from problematic heat buildup when using all the features at once, so some caution is needed. So that's actually a really good argument for Behemoth to go into the Quick Draw rather than the Dragon. Let's try that instead. I kind of want to just experiment with a few different loadouts. The armor is kind of brutal, but so we're in Badlands. I don't really want Blackjack sitting in a Phoenix Hawk. Yeah, he doesn't actually have a whole lot going for him, to be honest. So the Highlander has the Gauss rifle. You know what? Blackjack suits me just fine. why did I pick Zap? Right, because it's got an autocannon 20 and he's got gunnery 9. He's like my second best shot. Well, okay, so then that raises the question, why am I putting Glitch in the Vindicator when I can put her in the Victor? Because her gunnery and tactics are amazing. The only thing I don't like is the quick draw actually seems to have some pretty light armor, all told. But let's see what this loadout looks like. Again, the hope on this one is that I don't lose too many parts, so I'm able to take the payday and then move on to one of the other contracts. If they want to show military strength here in Smithen, we can do that for them. Oh yeah, I probably could have upgraded my Mechwarriors for this as well, but. By the way, Eisen, you're always telling me that I need to spoil myself. I did get myself a little something today, so if you want to find out, we can chat. But
command interface initiated.
Hopefully, you'll be amused by the choice. You arrived at the location our employer specified, Commander. Oh, I like this song. Move forward, acquire the target lance, and light them up. Keep an eye out for reinforcements. I get the impression these folks are a bit twitchy.
Here we go.
All right. It's tempting to try and jump over all of this, but
On my way.
You betcha.
so if we were caught on this would be a disaster, but if we're just on our way, it's not that big of a deal. So I think this is just a straight up battle. That's good for me because it's we can sort of afford to take our time, find a good position.
Onward.
On my way.
I'm really surprised at how fast the quick draw is. Again, I don't like the fact that it's so light on the armor, but we'll keep her in the woods for that. Okay, so split attention, majority of the forces on the right. Really? I was kind of hoping that would give me like a. Well, that's fine. I can still use my sensors. So, guy's just out of range. So in this case, it's 25, 20, 70. Oh, maybe I can. No, I really want to prioritize that thing if it's a 70 tonner, but. It's going to be a sad commando in a minute.
Damage minimal.
Ready for orders.
Alright, so. It'd be nice if we can get the Vindicator in a good spot.
Acknowledged.
This is mostly just conserving heat.
Take that.
I think in this case I'm going to accept that we can't do anything on the 70 ton, and we'll make the commando sad this turn.
I'm picking up a new sensor trace. Looks like enemy reinforcements.
Yeah, it's no surprise. Uh, 55 is Grim. Maybe a Griffin? That's not a Griffin.
Warning. Armor low.
Yes, Commander.
Okay. This will give me eyes on what I'm up against. There's a side of me that kind of wants to eliminate the commando, but this thing might be a higher priority. Wolverine, all right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's right, I can't divide my attention. Okay. Really low chances to hit on all of this, so let's make sure we do some missiles.
Locking on.
It did warn me about heat buildup. Alright. It's a little overkill, but
Tango down.
I wasn't too wasteful. I mostly just wanted to knock it down. Again, the important thing here is because this thing has has less armor than expected, I wanted to make sure that Behemoth was
Good to go.
was covered. All right. Now I'm learning the drawback about putting glitch in the Victor. There's like nowhere. There's like nothing for her to do until she gets into the fight. Well, that's fine. We'll sprint it. I really wish I could get into the woods, but that'll be next turn. The beautiful thing is that once she starts doing some targeted shots, it's all over. So my preference would be to just reserve everyone, but I think at this point I'm going to need to get my evasion on things. So first things first, let's get Beefeater into something resembling security. Slightly higher chance that I'll get the Wolverine, so we'll open up on it. Well, see, this is the tough bit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to divide the attention. So I'll fire off one medium laser on the Flea, and that's really just to deal with the Chevron, and the rest is going to be about softening up the Wolverine.
Engaging multiple targets.
Alright, that's another 40 tons.
Commander?
Okay, now hopefully Zap's going to be able to do something interesting here. So I don't get a lot of evasion chevrons, but I am able to sort of target opponents. Alternatively, so I get breaching shot. Well, you know what? That still leaves some interesting possibilities. So let's...
Jumping.
I saw what that was for a moment. So in this case, we're going to say the PPC goes on the Flea, even though it's a low chance to hit. And we'll throw the rest at the... We'll throw the rest of the Wolverine. Now, I'm not crazy about the amount of heat that this is generating, but I should be on my feet for the rest, for the next few turns.
Multiple enemies locked in. My life is now devoid of meaning.
I will admit, I kind of like that voice line. Okay, so the hope here is that Glitch is going to be coming in to wreck this guy. Now, the real catch to this is that if Glitch doesn't take the Wolverine out, then the Grasshopper just demolishes us. Or, sorry, the Wolverine demolishes the quick draw.
Taking the shot.
Wait, that's initiative 2? Oh, it's because it's a tactician. Alright. I'm gonna need to figure out some alternatives with a quick draw.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Why are the probabilities so low? Okay, change of plans. We're going for a headshot. With an autocannon, this will take its head clean off.
Got it.
Yeah, it was worth a try. I do think Behemoth is in trouble, though. Especially with the heat.
I'm under heavy fire.
Okay, let's see what we can do. So, I am putting Beefeater in some risk doing this because his back's eventually going to get exposed here, but let's see what we can do to try and help our allies. Not a lot of good chances on just about anything, to be honest. Let's try leg. Alright, there's too many bad guys who are getting into this fight too quickly.
I live to serve.
There is... Alright, he can hit multiple targets, so... I don't like it, but it does help me with a few things. One thing I want to do is just try and do as much stability damage to the grasshopper as possible.
Roger that.
Beauty. I gotta get Beefeater out of the danger zone.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
What?
Warning. Armor breached.
Okay, this is...
Damage.
Ready for orders.
Oddly enough, this has actually created some really interesting dynamics. Okay, so this seems like a weak sauce move. I'm gonna physical the flea. This is to help me with heat dissipation, and this is also on the expectation that the victor's gonna get a called shot on the grasshopper. Oh, you're kidding me.
Losing armor. Waiting for orders.
Alright, let's see what possibilities we've got with glitch. So that's an 85 versus... Okay, so it's like 85 for everything, it looks like.
Don't need to tell me twice.
This time I'm just gonna go straight for the leg. If we can leg the thing, then that's just so much more scrap for myself later. Alright, so first thing we gotta do is get Beefeater out of the danger zone, because he's about to lose his legs. Second best is if we can do damage to stuff, but for now... So there's a side of me that wants to target the Wolverine, but I think we're just gonna change dance partners all around. What am I looking at for the AC? Everything's too darn hot. Alright, that's fine. Autocannons for everyone. Too many reinforcements too fast. This is going to be a problem.
I'm showing minor damage.
Okay, so do I want Zap
I'm ready.
part of this encounter? Vindicator's not a bad one to have sort of out front.
I'm going.
You know what? That headshot's dumb. We'll just do generic shots, I think. Well, I should have reserved now that I think of it. I feel like my jump jets should be giving me a little more maneuverability than I actually have. Fortunately,
Losing lots of armor.
the woods and the bulwark is definitely doing the Lord's work. Okay, this is a very, very risky shot. Actually, you know what? This is more risk than I can bear at the moment. So... I would have liked to, but the problem is that I'm opening myself up. I won't have that many movement chevrons. My heat's not that bad. And I open myself up to a grasshopper, all of these guys. And it's a mineral field, so the 2-hit isn't great, but it's still a problem. So in this case, I'll just accept that I'm going to generate a lot of heat, and we'll open up on the Wolverine with whatever we can. Although in this case, I might as well go for the weak leg in case I get lucky. Yeah, we just tickled him. All right, this grasshopper with his absolutely insane initiative. But again, the hope here is that Glitch is going to be able to handle this.
Ha! Send me a real opponent!
Nice. Alright. How are we for heat? Let's leave them... We'll do one medium laser.
Time to die!
Could have gone better, but... Okay, so again, I want to be a little careful on heat here. And this is definitely the most damaged mech out of the group, so we'll be careful. But not too careful. Target move, target side, enemy effects. Okay, so it looks like I'm not suffering from too many. And actually, at this point, it's a little wasteful for the precision strike, but he is one of my better snipers. So there's an argument for Zap to run in and do a physical attack. Oh, but he's not close enough for that. It's not going to be the most exciting move, but...
Acknowledge.
Again, it's Badlands, so I can't kind of assume that I'm going to have infinite amounts of heat dissipation. This will keep me even. You know what? I hate that I'm not doing the LRM, but let's just leave it with the PPC for now. Got me what I needed.
Oh, I like that shot.
So that's particular. The fact that the Wolverine's knocked down is particularly desirable just because it stops them from getting eyes. So the rest of us are sort of able to make it sad. I'm tempted to just stand and deliver here. So if I did, got 70, 65, so on and so forth. And if I move up, yeah. So you know what?
Waiting for orders.
We'll just do a standard attack. And now seems like a great time for the coolant vent. I'm going to pay for that later turns, but that's fine.
Think I hit something good.
Okay, quick draw is definitely low on. Oh, damn it! Hit a jump jet.
Can't take much more of this.
Warning. Damage critical.
So it's super tempting to take the Wolverine on in melee. What I am going to do though is I'm actually going to still do a targeted strike on its leg. Gotta be careful that I don't... Oh, damn it. I wasn't paying attention to my resolve. This might actually... This might backfire.
All weapons are go!
That's gotta take out his leg.
Another hit like that and you're...
Okay. I need you to hit the leg, dude. Alright, close enough. So this gives us a chance to sort of get our cooling down, get our order in place.
I'm receiving you.
Alright, so... Oh, this works rather well for me, actually.
Got it, Commander. Sensors locked on.
Got him. So we can sort of engage at leisure. Alternatively, they come to us.
Receiving you.
Once again,
Got it.
no reason to rush with this. They can't see us, so... mind you, the LRMs don't do a lot of damage.
What can I do for you?
Alright, so if I jump... Ooh. That's exciting.
Affirmative.
So here we'll just brace, partly for the cooldown, but also partly because it gives me... gives me protection if they try something funny. This is a tough call, because honestly 4 chevrons is not that much. I'm going to sprint over here. There was an argument for trying to use the sensor lock, but I think I want the evasion for my blackjack, seeing as it's already losing parts.
They will be done.
Alright, so Zap. Now Zap is actually kind of fresh. He's running a bit hot though. I may wind up regretting this, but what are we looking at? So you got a blackjack, 2 blackjacks, and a Vulcan. So let's try that again. That way I'm going to be able to see exactly what I'm up against. So these guys are rocking large and medium lasers. And this guy's got the autocannon. See, if this guy gets close, he's a problem. The question is, who gets the PPC? I think the Vulcan, because it's the highest probability. Nope. Yeah, so basically it's breaching shot for each.
Multi-attack is go.
Glitch will be doing something similar with her autocannon, but again, the hope here is going to be that it's going to be like a one and done deal. Come to think of it, the blackjacks are actually the higher priority target because they're going to be running into the fight.
Damage. Standing by.
All right, so these guys have already made their moves. Oh. Okay, I'm not exactly excited about this choice.
I copy.
It's going to give me at least a little protection from these blackjacks. The thing is, I really need to get to some cover with this character. That's kind of the whole way she works.
Roger that. I hear ya.
All right, Glitch. Looks like the best chance is against this blackjack, which we just softened up. Really, we're playing for keeps, so we're just going to go straight for the head.
This should be good. When I shoot you, you'll take it.
All right, what are we looking at with Beefeater? I don't like these dynamics at all. I think I'm going to go back to the safety of the woods. Evasion isn't really that much to write home about, but at least we can fire some ACs at him and actually, you know what? This is one of those times it's worth it to go for the leg. The knockdowns are really going to make the difference on these. Okay, I don't like that internal hit at all.
Reporting internal damage.
I'm receiving you.
So we definitely need Zap to
Roger that.
deliver on the leg, otherwise we're in a bit of trouble with Behemoth. That did not hit the spots I needed it, but he gets the knockdown because of the stability. Oh, Vulcan decided to come into play. All right.
Commander, hit.
Wouldn't be Battletech if there wasn't an absolute nonsense head hit. At least once. Okay, so Behemoth is really running hot. Do have the chance for a fatality. That's one of the reasons I'm going. So one of the reasons I left the relative safety of the sensor. Oh crap! I should have paid attention to their sensor's torso. This is actually really bad. Um, scary. If I have to give it up, I'll give up the LRM.
Copy that. Target's taken a critical hit.
Okay, fortunately they're focusing on other stuff.
Damage minimal.
What can I do for you?
Okay, so again, the whole point of glitch here is to fire one shot. Ah, damn it. I need to remember to reserve enough for glitch to actually do some serious damage. So in this case, we'll just open up on the fresh blackjack, and we'll leave the lasers alone. Like, I know why I'm making the decisions that I'm doing. Doing the precision shots early because it's giving me other opportunities, but the whole reason for having glitch in the Victor is because she's got ridiculously high probabilities of taking out important bits. So anyways, we'll hope that we get lucky. I mean, it's 42 in the middle. Again, this would be one of these points I would do a precision strike, but the point for glitch is to reserve that precision strike on someone else, and it takes 30 okay, actually I get 2 of these, so again, I hate myself for doing that. Well, hang on. No, we're opening up with everything with Beefeater, and Behemoth will probably be the one to target the leg. We'll see if it pays off. Oh my god, we didn't touch the center once. I'm probably going to pay for that with some torso damage. Nope. Okay. Thought that was going to be torso damage on Behemoth, but we got lucky.
Ready for orders.
Okay, so there's a mild argument for... my legs are definitely looking pretty ropey. I am running hot though.
Confirmed.
I don't like this choice, but it's kind of the best heat-wise.
For physical attack.
Ugh. Yeah, none of those were really what I wanted. Jesus Christ. That's really bad.
My heat sinks can't vent fast enough. I'm taking damage.
I don't know how they pulled that off, but that was a spectacularly bad round for me.
Commander.
Okay, again, sticking with the plan. Glitch is going to be the one to bring some hurt in. I am lucky that Behemoth is able to vent the heat, or yeah. So, and again, I've got my precision strikes, so no, it's not the right one though. So we'll focus with what we've got. Oh, can I hit him with everything I got? Yes, I can. It's a risky play, but. Okay, that bought me some time.
One less target. Good to go.
So here's the hard one. Do I go for... Nope, actually this is not hard at all.
Here we go. Should have run when you had the chance.
So they are going to get the shot on the Vindicator, unfortunately. There's not a lot I can do with that. So I get 2 precision strikes. Ooh. It's like fresh everywhere. Okay. There really isn't a point to any of these to the precision strikes if I'm not able to seal the deal. God damn. He's got so much. Okay. In this case, I know I'm not going to stop whatever this Vulcan is doing, so I'm going to reserve. I'm just going to have to hope for the best on the Vindicator. Okay. What's he doing? Interesting. I mean, it's smart. It's cooking my blackjack.
Damage minimal.
And it also puts him in a spot where the metal messes with the sensors. But again, all I need to do here is move down some of his chevrons.
Engaging target.
Yes, Commander. Okay, I'm standing. Up.
I think Glitch is going to be able to get a shot with her jump jet, so in this case we're gonna...
Damn it. Mech limping.
Oh, that was a miss.
Orders. Moving to position. Engaging.
Still not a flamer down though.
On that one. Waiting for orders.
Alright, Glitch is definitely running pretty hot here. Again, I just want to try and get a good shot if I can.
Got it.
The good news is that Beefeater's also going to get a shot before the Vulcan's able to do anything. I am going to do the wimpy shot though and go for the leg.
Got it.
Yeah, well, it worked. So part of that's just to get my guys some extra time to beat up on this thing. I'm gonna have to replace the leg, but as long as I don't have to replace any like meaningful gear, I'll still take that as a win. Do I really want to get closer to this thing? Yes, I do. Question is how much closer? That's 70s and 80s versus... yeah, so... I'm kind of past the point of trying to get the evasion, so... And again, we'll try for the legs if we can. This one I'm not willing to go over the heat, but I definitely want to bring as much as I can on the called shots. Cool. So, all in all, not a bad day's work. Excellent work, Commander. That should send the appropriate message.
Mission successful.
So we definitely ran stuff hot. I mean, I definitely did not properly use Glitch. If I run this next time, I'm definitely going to need to be a little bit more cautious in my resolve use. But all told, the repairs that I'm going to be doing are quite minor compared to what we're going to be getting out of this. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You are a critical part of the restoration effort. So, bonus 20% for destroying the reinforcements. Taurians are mad at us, but that's always true. So, Zap's down for 30 days, but we have a replacement for him. Blackjack, that's probably like 5 days of repairs, plus we also need to return the jump jet and the quick draw. Right, okay, so the Vindicator is going to be the meaningful repair job, but all in all, that's a pretty decent day's work. And finally, the salvage. So I only get 2 items. Wow, that's a full grasshopper. That is such a shame. Alright, well, I know what I'm taking. I mean, there might be, yeah, like large laser plus plus would be awesome to have. But the probability of getting a grasshopper part, I mean, that's the reason why we went for the legs. Sadly, no, but that's okay. Okay, so Zaps, 30 days in the medbay. Let's set up our repair queue. Not too worried about replacing small jump jets. I kind of already have a fairly decent reserve of those. Heavy ones would be another matter. Oh, that's only 2 days of repairs. Fair enough. What did I lose on the Vindicator, though? Oh, also jump jets. Fair enough. You really like the designs? What's your favorite mech that you've seen so far, Isepson?
I'll let you know when that's done.
I can show you the ones that I've got in the bay right now, so here's my family's ancestral blackjack. I'm responsible for the colors, but here's the mighty Highlander. I think I'll have a. I don't think I have a clip, but I'll definitely find a segment of the cast for you to look at that one. There is, incidentally, if you go to the refit option, you can go to the view mech option, and if you want different angles. They remind you of a few different anime? Here's the Vindicator. Looks a little small compared to the Highlander. The mighty Shadowhawk. I think the Shadowhawk might actually wind up having a little bit more armor than the Quick Draw. The Phoenix Hawk. I feel if you like the anime angle, the Phoenix Hawk probably is the one that you might have a slight bias towards. Because let's face it, this is a stylish looking mech. This was, I'm pretty sure, was added in the Heavy Metal DLC. Trebuchet. Missile boat. The Jenner. The funny thing is, when I play Mechwarrior online, I'm definitely more inclined to the Locust, but in terms of the tabletop game, I can definitely see a little more sense for the Jenner. Here's Johnny's favorite, the Dragon! I'm quite partial to the Hunchback. One, I just think it's a neat looking mech, but it's also, I think, one of the lightest mechs that fields a very powerful cannon known as the AC-20. This is the Centurion. Here's the Quick Draw. This one we took off of a pirate. And the Victor. And I don't think I get to show you the ones that are in storage. Sadly, no. Let's just take a quick second at the store. I probably wouldn't buy a grasshopper if I had the option, but I am curious. There's nothing wrong with little window shopping. Yeah, we don't have any options for that. Alright, fair enough. Normally I'd be going to the barracks to get my Mechwarriors all kitted out. but I might have a payday coming up. So let's find ourselves a contract first. So we've got a 4-skull hard target on Mechwarrior. It's an assassination mission. So, I mean, it's a hard one, right? Like, I have definitely punched above my weight before, and it's urban, which means that I have a few more strategic options. But I'll be honest with you, I've never done a 4-skull before. So our other alternative is a slightly lower paying Liberation, also on Mechwarrior. It's Highlands, Destroy Bait. Well, you know what? Lower skulls, and I kind of get to call the shots with the Destroy Base. So this sort of seems like the better of the two options. The other alternative is that I move to another system anyway, but I might as well take the paid travel. So a heavily armed pirate band has taken control of a facility on Mechwarrior and are using it as a base of operations for raiding and terrorizing nearby settlements. The Restoration authorities do not have the local military resources to assault the base, given how extensively they're entrenched. We need you to destroy the base so that they can no longer use it as a staging area for their criminal acts. So there is a temptation to go for the stronger salvage here. But the contract pays a little too little without it. So I think in this case we'll go for the standard split.
By your command.
All right, so we're gonna put a pause on that. Yeah, I'll let that manage. So okay, so we'll be done before the financial report. And in this case, let's get people their extra points.
Standing by.
So at this point, I think extra piloting for Behemoth. It is tempting to go for the extra points in gunnery and whatnot, but I think we'll go down the proper paths.
Yep.
So Cherry Bomb's going to be coming on the next deployment with us. The question is whether or not I want to put her in some extra tactics, or, you know, in this case, I think we'll actually go for the extra gun. We'll raise the overall level.
Good to go.
Again, Glitch is awesome at everything, but I think in this case here, we'll go for the extra points of guts, just for the better overheat thresholds as well as lower recoil penalties.
Mechwarrior training.
And we're not going to train up Zap. Zap has got a lot of XP, and I do want to make him a good gunner. But in this case here, it does mean that I'm going to have higher staffing costs, and I'm not going to be bringing him on the next mission, so we'll train him up when the time comes. I'm also curious if it tells me what the overall XP level for these guys are. Not offhand. I was kind of hoping it would just say whether or not they're getting the bonuses from the training bay or not. So let's see who's got the most kills. So we've got 20 mech kills, so we'll say 30 total kills.
Waiting for orders.
Oh my god. 59.
What do you need?
11.
Waiting for orders.
78.
Yes, Commander.
28. And then, of course, what we need to do, we also need to compare with deployments, because obviously,
Commander.
you know, comparing a 9. Beefeater's got so few deployments because he's always in medbay. And then Domi was asking earlier about specialized. So in addition to the special abilities, of course, there are, based on the combination of skills that you go for, it
Good to go.
you have different classifications. So sharpshooter, I'm assuming this is because he's got high gunnery in the tactics. Glitch is a lancer, again high gunnery and guts.
I'm here.
This is a neat one, Vanguard, so in this case high tactics and then guts for sort of saving their skin. Brawler, high guts and piloting, and then Beefeater counts as a striker, high tactics and gunnery. So it's a diverse group. I don't really want to hire any more Mechwarriors yet. I should consider it because there is a way of running the company where we're just constantly going on missions and we just cycle through the people who are in med bay. But I'm not quite at that level yet. That's gonna require the combination of sort of completing Gamma Pod and Mech Bay 3, and then probably also having a higher training module. Because basically at that point it doesn't matter that we have the better med bay immediately, simply because I'll have enough sort of pilots to get back in. Anyways, I think that is it for tonight. We are actually an hour and 15 minutes past the way what I normally do, and I need to go to bed. So 13 final. I don't even remember where we're at, but thank you very much for watching, everyone. I'm going to find somebody to host. Just a reminder about this week. So I'm going to be uploading the next Elder Scrolls episode tonight. I have noticed on some occasions there is a problem with the YouTube upload, and if that happens, it means that the YouTube video kind of comes up a little bit later. But it is recorded. Both the high quality video on YouTube should be live at 7 o'clock, and the vodcast should start at 7 in the evening. Now, I have other plans for Tuesday evening, so I may not be very attentive to the chat on Tuesday, but I will do my best to kind of pop in and maybe keep it open in another window for as long as I'm looking. As for the rest of the week, Wednesday I am at Dirty Rectangles. That is a local game development collective, so that means I will not be casting. That's kind of been a standard thing. It used to be that I did Cultist Simulator on every Wednesday except the third Wednesday of the month. I don't do Cultist Simulator on Wednesdays regularly anymore, but that hasn't changed the fact that that I do every third Wednesday off. Doesn't mean I'm going to be back on Friday, though. I'm going to do my best to do 6 Ages on Friday. I still need to get through the manual, but it's been too long, and I think that I need to get back to it. Hey, thank you very much, Captain Shield. It was great to have you here. It was great to have you for the full one. I hope it was worth watching. I'm really happy with that Highlander moment. Now, for those of you, I hope I don't lose too many of you, because I want to find somebody to host if I can. We usually have a few good people on, although it may be a slightly different group based on the fact that it's a little later. Oh, you know what? This'll be great. So, I have not had a chance to play this one yet. I'm going to put the name inside chat right now. So Outworld is currently playing Mechwarrior Living Legends. So this was a mod for a game which is no longer published, basically, Crisis Wars. So it's kind of like Battlefield and Counter-Strike in sort of a crisis game. It's really interesting, and Outworld has been doing a lot of Battletech stuff recently, so I feel a little bit safe handing him off to you. I will also mention that he's been having a little bit of trouble keeping people really engaged in the chat, so for those of you who do enjoy chatting, I know it would mean a lot to Outworld if you could give a little bit of participation. So again, obviously, I know a lot of people like listening to my stuff, and Outworld may not necessarily be exactly what you guys came for in terms of Battletech, but I will definitely say that Outworld has been doing like every Battletech game. So I do encourage you guys to check it out, and if you talk about, especially if you talk about Mad Cats or Timberwolf if you must, he'll be very happy, and he will open up like a flower. So anyways, I'm done for tonight. Hope you guys have a good time at Outworlds, and we'll see you next time. That next time will be Friday for live and tomorrow for vodcast. Until then.